Okay. Should be on now. Just turn the volume up.
Yeah, you were.
Okay. Should be good now. Okay. Is it cold? Is it cool outside?
No, it's warm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you joining me or are you going to do that?
I'm trying to charge my phone is what I'm trying to do.
Oh, okay.
I'm at like 5%.
What's that?
I got a better idea. Oh.
Tell me about all of the funny memes that you've been seeing.
I haven't seen too many funny memes.
Oh.
Here, you probably want your school.
First of all, I guess we need to find out if we have all the ingredients that to make.
What do you need?
I'm gonna get them all out, but since we're making keto. Keto almond flour French toast. So let's see my phone.
I can get you the almond flour.
I'll get the stuff. No, I prefer to get the stuff.
Okay. Oh.
You need to just relax. You're making me in pain watching you.
Sorry.
Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, so we have ground. Let's see, we have butter, baking powder, almond flour, whipping cream, ground cinnamon, vanilla extract, and it's optional, maple flavored sugar-free syrup. Okay, so cooking time 15 to 20 minutes, prep time 10 minutes. So we'll see if this works since I've never done this. 4 tablespoons of olive oil or avocado oil or butter, your preference. 4 eggs. Okay, we need almond flour. Almost out of, so I need to put that on the list.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we have avocado oil. 4 eggs. Okay. Baking powder. Baking powder. Maple flavoring, which we have 2. Okay. And then whipping cream, ground cinnamon. Ground cinnamon. Whipping cream. Smell actions. Alright.
Smell okay?
Yeah, I smell it. Doesn't have a smell. Oh, it's not coming up until
the 10th.
The 10th. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're good.
Yeah.
Vanilla extract. Okay, let me make sure we have like some kind of syrup. Did you get a little baby maple syrup too once upon a time?
I did. It should be somewhere in that closet. I can help you find it.
It's not like maple syrup anyway because you know, it's not regular syrup.
Yeah, but it's like legit.
It's probably right there. Might be on the right side. Might need a chair to look above it. So
I got a step ladder.
but we also have, we should have some syrup somewhere. Alright. Keto almond flour French toast. And we're gonna make some bacon too. So, how much bacon do we have? These boys love their bacon. If you can't find that, there should be just some fake cheap syrup in there.
Yeah. But now I'm trying to like what happened to it because I do remember doing that.
Maybe it's up here in the spice cabinet somewhere.
That could be a possibility as well.
Hiding somewhere.
Oh. We do have a bottle of Patron left.
Oh, okay.
Found it.
You found it?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, it's a lot though,
Yeah.
because you don't need a 10.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Itty bitty bottle, but it should be plenty.
The whisk. A little mixing bowl. Let's see here. Since we don't have a Pyrex dish, we're using this microwavable dish. It says
What kind of dish?
rectangular preferred, but we need a Pyrex dish. Do we have? It's sort of like a ceramic dish.
Oh,
It goes in the, you know, like for hot items.
Did we not have one? I thought we did.
Well, we have this glass dish, this
Yeah.
glass bowl.
Yeah.
What do you think? To put in the microwave?
Oh, the microwave.
Yeah.
don't think so.
We have this or this. When they're in the microwave, they're both microwave safe.
Then, yeah, either should be fine.
But it needs to be bigger than this. So this has a more space on the bottom.
Yeah.
Alright. Never made any kind of bread in my life, let alone a keto friendly bread. So, okay. Oh, we need butter. Or, no, we have olive oil. Okay. Okay. 4. Okay, we need mixing. You read this through. Bread. Add oil or melted butter to a medium mixing bowl. Add 4 eggs and 1 tablespoon of maple flavoring. Whisk all together. Add 1 tablespoon. Okay. Oil. 4 tablespoons of oil. Okay.
Oh, that's got some good fats on it. Avocado oil.
Okay. Add 4 eggs and whisk well together. I need the trash. Can you move the dog food or something?
Yeah.
Please.
Putting that there for now.
And 4. I kind of feel like instead of maple flavoring, maybe we could add vanilla extract.
Yeah.
1 tablespoon. I'm just gonna add a tablespoon of vanilla extract to make it vanilla tasting bread. We don't need maple flavor. Got that. Whisk well together.
For some reason, I can only go up to 360p on my resolution.
Was it not coming out very well?
Well, it's just at a low res for me. So I don't know.
breaking of the eggs. If we screw this up, we don't have enough eggs for more. So this is all the eggs we have right now. Okay. Add 1 teaspoon of baking powder, then slowly mix in the almond flour. Whisk all until properly. Okay. One teaspoon of baking powder. This is a half teaspoon, so we'll use 2. It said not heaping, it said make sure it's level and flat. You ain't so tough. You ain't so tough. Okay. Okay, and then it says add in 1 teaspoon of baking powder and start slowly mixing in almond flour. And we need 3/4 cup. This is a half cup. So a little more. You okay?
Yeah.
If you don't feel like sitting here because you're in pain, that's fine. I understand.
No, that's okay. I think just getting up is a challenge. Would you want a bigger bowl?
No, it's alright. It's okay. It's almost done. Start slowly mixing in the almond flour. Seems a little bit like very eggy. But it said 4 eggs.
Is it supposed to?
I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be a pretty wet batter. I don't know. Grease a microwave-safe Pyrex dish, but we're not doing a Pyrex dish. We're doing this dish. What?
I just had to close out of Twitch and then go back into it, and resolution's back up to 1080.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to do grease a microwave safe. So we're just going to grease it with the avocado oil. Okay. Pour the mixture into the dish. Okay, and then microwave for 3 to 4 minutes until it's cooked all the way through. Remove the from the microwave and cut into 7 to 9 inches. microwave seems to operate on high. Okay. Let's go ahead and clean this up real quick. You don't have to watch the stream the whole time if you don't want. I know you like to watch other things on
What's that?
your phone.
Huh?
I said you don't have to watch the stream the whole time. I know you like to look at other things on your phone.
Oh yeah. I just do whatever I feel like doing.
Okay. Okay, so this is for the actual French toast batter. But I want to see like how the bread comes out first before we do the French toast batter, because if the bread is a fail, you don't want to waste more eggs and
Yeah.
ingredients.
True
So
story.
we'll just Alright. Good morning, guys. Afternoon to some of you.
Some people are probably still waking up.
Like us.
Yeah.
God, it's warm in here.
It is. What's the AC set at?
75. I'm turning it to 73.
Even 72 is fine.
Alright, let's see how it needs another minute. Oh, I think it does, but it's amazing. It made bread. It's actually made some type of bread. It smells pretty good because I did vanilla extract in it, so. Okay, we're gonna see how it turns out. What are we doing? Gonna cut into 7 to 9 thin slices.
It smells good.
I know, because of that vanilla extract. Wow. Keto microwavable bread. Wouldn't that be funny if this turned out like so good that you were like, oh my god, I want some more of that? It's like spongy, look.
I like that.
You like spongy?
Well, for the French toast, and
Yeah.
then you put it in the skillet. Sort of.
7 to 9 slices. So if I do French toast sticks, maybe I'll do okay. I'll do half down. What do you think? half, and then 2, 4,
Yeah.
6, 8.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So not only are we making bread, we're making French toast sticks. I've never made bread in my life before. I have made French toast. All right, guys. So far, successful. Let's see. It's almost like a cornbread texture.
Really? Oh, okay.
Look at that. Doesn't that look like a cornbread texture?
It's kind of spongy like one.
That's cool. I kind of want to taste it by itself when it cools down here in a minute. But it's cool. I can't believe I actually made bread in the microwave.
I don't know if I need more B vitamins or what.
Go ahead.
I feel like I need to pick me up.
Do you want me to make you that green drink? Oh, you'll wake up.
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. Let me do this. Just set it to the side, and then it's because you know what you had last night.
Yeah, true. It's true.
Alright. So we got there. Make a green drink for McSniper. A nasty ass green drink. But I'm gonna have one too. Feels much cooler now.
Yeah, for sure. Can't believe in just a little over a week I'll be going back to see my family.
I know. I was just, I was thinking about that this morning. I was actually like 9 days.
It'll be a week from Tuesday.
Wow. A week and 2 days.
Yeah.
Alright. I assure you, this will help. You may need more than me. This has like 5 different ingredients in it. Wheatgrass juice, MCT oil, coconut oil, maca powder, turmeric, some protein collagen, and some matcha green tea.
Thank you, babe.
Oh, look at that, guys. Yum. See if you can shoot that.
Okay.
Bon appetit toast. Alright. Got mine in.
Okay.
I want to taste just a little bite of this. Go ahead.
All right.
Down it.
Oh, that's very earthy.
It is.
Wow. Oh,
Take a little nibble.
pinch off a piece.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
when you put other stuff with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Especially. Okay. Add 2 eggs. Okay. Now we're going to do the batter for the French toast.
Just 2 eggs, right?
2 eggs.
Maybe this will wake me up.
1/8 cup of heavy cream. So this is 1/4, 1/8. Okay, they have a marking in here. That's cool. Like I'll figure it out, but
Yeah,
it's like even better with the marking.
It's like a half of a half of a half.
See, who needs school when you have things already marked for you?
Mm-hmm.
We just want better tools.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 teaspoon ground cinnamon. Here's 1 teaspoon. Here's ground cinnamon. One tablespoon of vanilla extract. Tablespoon vanilla extract. Whisk all the ingredients until nicely whisked together.
That's interesting.
What's up? Hello? Welcome? Yeah, what's interesting?
I was just looking at one of the, like I told you about Coach Greg Adams, right?
If you were mentioning names, unless
Yeah.
I've heard it many times, I don't even remember.
Okay. He's one of the other podcast streamers, YouTube streamers out there.
Yeah.
And he's talking about like a predatory tactic called when someone sends a text, it's like, "Hey stranger."
Like they know the person, but
Yes.
they're reaching out
Yes.
as if it's a friendly, like hey,
yeah.
what's been up with you?
Yeah.
Like, where you been? I really want to see if you want to hook up. And that's how they they approach it, or what?
Maybe not that direct, but yeah, more or less. Like, oh, I noticed he's been pretty active and successful. I'm gonna hit this guy up.
I think guys do that to girls too.
Yeah.
I've gotten a hey stranger before.
Yeah, under different contexts, I'm sure.
Cook each side for about 1 minute or until golden brown. Serve warm. Okay, so I'm also going to make bacon, and I kind of want it done at the same time as the French toast. So, I'm going to go ahead and heat this pan up. Okay, but what is the context of the whole, like, what are you listening to?
I was listening to the video.
Oh, what's the name of the title of the video?
The Hey Stranger predatory tactic that leftover women use.
What?
Leftover women use.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to hear it.
You want to hear it?
Let's just hear it. How long is it?
It's 20 minutes.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay. I haven't watched this video, so I don't really know what.
Okay, what could we are going to disclaim right now that we don't know what's on this video. So whatever comes out on this video, we may agree, we may disagree. So I haven't heard the video. McSniper has not heard the video. Whatever comes out does not. If we disagree, doesn't mean that we support that on this channel. So just want to make that disclaimer. Don't get on us if it's something that you disagree with, because we don't know what's coming up. All right, let's go ahead and move the mic closer.
Okay.
300 people liking. In the view. We got, what have we got? 700 people liking. Let's hit the like button before we continue to go on here. And we're continuing to go on this show with the idea that is, in fact, the woman that is the predator and that the man is the prey. The hey stranger text, or the hey big head text, after she's been ran through more times than the Holland Tunnel. That is point number 2. And I want you to look at my visual evidence one more time. Many of you have seen these videos. Now, this video, I had to turn the volume down so I don't get a copyright strike or a copyright infringement. But I want you to look at this video. Based on this video, can we determine who the predator is and who the prey is? Let's go ahead and roll the film.
Oh, there's a video.
I'll narrate here.
I think it would probably be good context to actually look at the video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get this started.
Oh, and bacon. Wow.
Yeah, I want to do bacon with ghee.
Ah.
To make sure, with the French toast. So, kind of a nice combo.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing like keto-friendly bacon. Or keto-friendly French toast.
You want me to open the windows?
Sure. But I have to turn the AC down.
Okay.
More bacon. 3 pounds of bacon. I apologize. I haven't been on Instagram for a while, so I'll check it out. 4, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12, 13. We make a lot of bacon. So the people in this house love their bacon. Okay, let me wash my hands.
Okay.
So there's a video you're saying that we need to watch.
Well, he's showing it on the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It looks like it's a TikTok video.
Okay. I have to get something ready for the bacon.
Sure.
Okay. Are we watching this together?
Yeah.
Okay, are you gonna be able to see it? Why don't you come and sit like right here where you won't be totally seen. Okay.
I think the volume's down. So, this is supposed to be looped here. Let's loop it. Alright, there we are. We're looping it. So, if you see, it says calling the good guy. Wait a minute.
Hold this, please.
You guys can't say I'm making all this stuff up. Calling the good guy you should have gone for instead of the loser you went for. And as she's doing this, there's music playing out in the background, and then it's her saying, hey, what you doing? So she's calling the good guy
that's you.
instead of the loser that she went for. Now, to determine who is the predator or who is the prey, you have to figure out what her strategy is. Who are you? Are you the good guy or the bad guy? Now, does this woman display any characteristics of not being in control?
And that's you.
This woman displays all characteristics of being in control of her decisions, the decision that worked and the decision that is going to work for her. Now, most likely, she's going to get her insides pushed around by both men. But who got the value out of each one of the relationship? Most of the time, you can say she got what she wanted from the alpha. She got what she wanted by the so-called loser. The loser probably piped her down like crazy, and she probably enjoyed it. At some point, he cut off the relationship, and then she said,
What happened? Where did all the men go?
she said, oh, you know what? Now I can call Beta Brad and then get what I want out of him. Now she's setting him up for what she needs from the beta. Hey, I went with the loser. The loser got some peace leave. I got to enjoy some sex. She got what she wanted from the loser or the alpha, and now she's getting what she wants from the beta. And the beta's gonna buckle. The beta's gonna buckle. He's gonna give her what she needs. Now, sure, the alpha got what he needs, but don't think she walked away with nothing from this. She got her insides moved around. She might have even got the alpha seed.
The
She
alpha
might have even
what?
got the alpha seed and still called the beta, hey, what you doing?
Still got the alpha's what?
She got her insides moved around. She might have even got the alpha seed. She might have even got the alpha seed and still
I don't
called
know
the
what
beta,
he's saying there.
hey, what you doing?
And that's
Now,
you.
many women are using this dating tactic to ultimately get what they need from both men, and we call that a dual mating strategy. Now, we call it the carousel too, but this is a strategy. Sure, she might play the victim and say, well, my boyfriend was an a-hole, and he didn't do anything from me, and he beat me, and he, abusive relationship, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you have to question why she stuck around so long. She was getting something from him. And then when it was apparent that she was going to start losing, she disengaged and went and got something from somebody else. That is a predator strategy. That is in no way making any one of these men the prey. As a matter of fact, to prove my point, take a look at this video
You want me
and
to pause?
look at the face of the woman, and you
yeah.
tell me if she is going to be either a...
I just have to put this baking for a minute.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts about this so far?
Well, my thoughts that have come up so far is that it's men and women that equally do this.
I think they do it, but I think they do it for different reasons.
Okay, so what are your different reasons that you think?
Men, we just like to do it because,
Which part? You
the
talking
hey
about the-
stranger tactic,
Okay.
You said guys have done it before you too, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I were to guess, it would probably be for sex.
For a guy towards me?
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely. And
Yeah.
I know that.
Yep.
There's no doubt.
Right. For a woman, it sounds like she wants something out other than that, though. Whatever that could be.
I think when a woman does it, she's been hurt by
Okay.
a guy
Okay.
that she really liked.
Uh-huh.
And to cure her loneliness, she's going to reach out to the other guy, the beta, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But she has no intentions of giving him any sex.
Oh. Whoa.
She just wants attention. She just wants her ego to be stroked, to be basically told that there's still someone out there that wants her. But she doesn't necessarily, she's not intending to go very far with it. She's just looking for a guy to stroke her ego, and that's what she wants out of it. She's not going to really create a relationship with him,
Mm-hmm.
nor is she going to give him any sex.
So it's like she got knocked down she went back 2 steps, and she's using him as the step to go forward.
Yep. He's the rebound guy that's just gonna stroke her ego.
Got it.
But he's not gonna get a relationship or any sex with her. So guys, just so you know,
and
if a girl does the hey stranger thing, calls you up out of the blue, don't fall for it.
I've actually gotten that before.
It's happened to you?
I've had that happen to me before.
And is that what happened?
So
Tell us the story.
So basically, not too long after I started dating Angela.
Yeah.
This was way back then. And
when you were younger,
way younger. Someone from my high school that I had, a crush on, and I wanted to date her, but she turned me down. Later, then sent me the "Hey Stranger" thing through Facebook.
Is this the one that kind of like you've told me about before? That kind of like maybe I don't want to say broke your heart, but is she the one that you asked out to the movies or something? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
she sent you a "Hey Stranger"?
Yeah. Friend request, "Hey Stranger," all that. I'm just like, ignored her.
Good. You have to ignore those because, yeah, they're coming from a place of being broken and they want you to fix them.
Yeah.
Men, I know, do want to do it because it's sex.
Yeah.
I definitely know that.
When she told me at the time, like, oh well, I'm not looking to date anybody.
No.
I guarantee you, the very next week, I saw her with a guy with his arm around her. I'm like, really now.
That's what I'm telling you. She wasn't looking to date you. She wasn't looking for a relationship with you.
Oh.
She was looking for someone to like console her and tell her that she's worth it, and
yeah,
how could another guy like dump her? She was looking for to be built back up.
Yeah.
And her ego to be stroked.
Yeah, friend zoned, and I was like, nah, I'm good. Especially when I saw her, true side come out, I was like, I'm not falling for that.
Yep. I know girls, chicks, guys. I know them. I'm not saying that I have done any of that stuff, but
yeah.
Like once I'm done like dating or with somebody, I'm not a person that goes like backwards. So I don't do the "Hey Stranger" thing to anybody because I think it's from a I think it's out of integrity, and that's not my style. So I'm not saying I'm a great person, definitely not. But I'm just saying it's just not how I don't go backwards.
Right.
In time, so to speak.
Mhm.
Okay. Sorry, this baking, some of it's starting to come out, and
hey, it's cool.
I gotta give it a minute to. Gotta focus on it a minute here.
Yeah. I like the videos that Coach Greg Adams does, but I think I really like the dialogue.
Ouch!
Did it splash on you?
Yeah.
I really like the dialogue from Fresh and Fit.
Oh yeah, I like the dialogue between the male and the female.
Yeah, because you're kind of seeing like knowledge being imparted on both sides.
Yeah.
That's good. I like a good, healthy conversation.
Well, this is probably why we need to add some female dialogue to this conversation, right?
Yeah.
Because this is fresh and new to you and I. We've not heard this. Podcast or video, so we're kind of discussing it as we go along here, what goes on. Mm-hmm. But yeah, don't fall for the "Hey Stranger" from a girl.
Yeah.
That you've wanted to date in the past, unless you're ready to get burned.
Mhm. It's not like you bought Bitcoin when it was really super cheap, and all of a sudden it went up like super amount in price. I mean that did happen, but you can't expect the same results with this situation.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm totally wrong. I take back and eat my words. I did the hey stranger thing. I did do that.
You did do that?
But let me tell you something
Okay.
about the difference between me and someone else.
Okay.
All
All right.
right.
All right.
The hey stranger part on my part was somebody that I didn't want to date. I wanted to fuck.
Oh.
And I could have had a chance with him. This was years ago when I was dating a lot more. And
If you don't mind me asking, what around what age were you?
oh, I was, let's see here. Probably, no, I'm not going to tell my age on here.
Okay.
These guys are going to know.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Fair enough.
So, let me just put this, this was a few years ago.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, we got to get the French toast done. So to me, this was a person that I thought was really, really hot. And I thought he was really hot, and at the time that we only had 2 dates, but he was like wanting to bring me around his fellas to kind of like show me to them. And I know it was more of a bragging rights kind of a thing, and that turned me off. So I didn't like that. So we had 2 dates. The first one was at a dessert bakery place where we met up, and then the second one he invited me over to his house where he had like 3 or 4 other roommates. It was a big house.
Wow.
And they had like a barbecue. There were like 15, 20 people, and I was basically one of 2 other females.
Really?
And I just felt like I was like under the microscope, so to speak. And then we went upstairs and made out, but I knew what he wanted to do. All his friends were downstairs. I knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to go back downstairs and have some bragging rights to say to his buddies, look, I just fucked her. But we didn't. So after that, when I was like, oh no, we're not doing this, I dropped him.
Yeah.
And left for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then came back.
Yes.
2 years later. And did the hey stranger to him because I wasn't looking to like necessarily stroke my ego. Yeah, that was a nice part of it, but ultimately it was very sexual for me. I didn't want a relationship with him. I mean, if there was something good, if there was chemistry, maybe it would have developed into one.
Yeah.
But I kind of knew from day one, after the experience I had already had with him 2 years prior, that it was just all out of lust. And so for me, I did come back for just getting laid.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, and then it didn't work out after several months dating. I mean, actually, it probably went on for a year where we were just pretty much fuck buddies.
I see.
And, let's see. But, you know, we only saw each other and got together like once a month or something, every 3 to 4 weeks.
Got it.
Alright, we're going to do the French toast. So, I take that back, but most girls, unless you know that you're fine as fuck, most girls are not gonna be coming at you for the fuck. Okay. Alright. minute each side. It was fun, but that was that. It was fun until it wasn't fun, because when you don't have good chemistry with someone outside of the bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
it ends up not being good chemistry inside the bedroom either. Because
Starts turning
eventually
into.
I started losing interest.
Does it start turning into regret?
No, it doesn't turn into regret at all. It just turns into, for me, maybe to some girls it does, or women.
Yeah.
Maybe they have regret, but to me, I knew exactly what I wanted, and I told him exactly what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
What he wanted to, and then, but you know, eventually we just didn't have much in common, and it was like in and out the door in less than 2 hours.
Right.
I didn't want to hang around him because there wasn't anything to talk about.
Mm-hmm. That smells good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this turns out. You like butter on your,
It doesn't have to have butter. It's not like they're pancakes or anything, you know.
right. Okay, looking forward to see how this turns out. There's extra butter. Some thick sliced bacon. Mm-hmm. The plate o' bacon. 2 or 3?
3.
Okay, let me give you a good one.
I'll be happy when the soreness goes down in my legs.
Yeah. This bread is pretty impressive.
Yeah?
This keto bread. I'm pretty impressed by.
It's all almond flour too.
Yeah. A lot of protein, because there's a lot of egg in this.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure I told you about who I'm talking about.
I think so.
Yeah, I've told you about him.
Mm.
It'd be like, when we were done, we're like, okay, let's just not talk. Like, shh.
Okay.
Zip your mouth kind of a thing with him.
Oh.
I didn't have, any desire to have much conversation with him.
Is that the oxytocin kicking in?
Oxytocin is...
The talking, was it you talking or him?
No. It's just any kind of conversation we had. I wasn't interested in having conversation with him. Really.
Oh, it was him. He was doing all the talking.
No, just both of us. Anything, we just didn't have much to talk about, and eventually I just didn't have any desire to
Got it.
chat with him.
Wow.
All right. Looks like our batches of keto almond flour French toasts are ready.
Oh man.
Wow. All right, guys. This is what the keto almond flour French toast looks like.
Oh yeah.
Let's add some syrup onto it.
I want to try it without the syrup first.
Okay. Doesn't really have any sugar. If you want like powdered sugar or something, we have the swerve. Swerve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a little bit of syrup, not too much. Will be good.
All right. Turn this over.
Okay. No more than that. That's actually really good.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
How about a swerve?
Yeah. Keto French toast.
All right, I want to show them on the camera one more time
Mm-hmm.
what this looks like.
Oh, yeah.
All right. How's that look, guys? I think it looks pretty delicious.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm looking forward to seeing. So how's that?
Mm-hmm.
Better?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's really good.
Yum. So you think that it's probably pretty good as bread? Like if you were to have it with like some cheese and a deli meat or something?
Maybe.
If it was toasted, I bet if it's because it's supposed to, you can. I think it's better like if it's toasted too.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So, keto French toast slices. Steaks are there. We have heaping plate of bacon. So good. Pretty happy with the outcome.
Yeah.
Let me taste that little bit right there.
There you go.
Mmm. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice and thick.
Yeah.
It's definitely not the same as bread, but it's a good, very close replacement.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Let's listen to more of this audio.
Victim, she's not getting anything out of it, or etc. Look at the Giga Chad, and look at the woman, and look at her face.
Let me see her face.
Hold on. Let me rewind.
Let me stop it right there. Something from somebody else. Face of the woman, and you tell me if she is going to be either a victim, she's not getting anything out of it, or etc. Look at the Giga Chad, and look at the woman, and look at her face.
See, I said this is with her new date.
Yep.
Let me
the
stop it
beta
right
dude?
there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna replay that, because a lot of
What?
us are saying,
No.
well, the Giga Chad got what he wanted and he pumped and dumped her. Nope. Watch her face.
Nope.
Look.
Not smiling.
She's turning her face from him.
Not smiling. Not
Doesn't
no
look like
affection.
she's
with
getting
him.
nothing
No
from this.
affection.
I'm
Nothing.
saying she wants.
She's getting what she wants. Her ovaries are doing monkey double backflips inside of her before she does backflips. Now, the idea that men are pumping, dumping women and they're getting nothing out of it, that's something that women have told you that's happening, and it is a lie. It is a lie. They're getting what they want. They know what they're going to get from the guy. They're going to get nothing from him but pipe. And take a look at her face. Tell me that she's not liking it. Tell me that this guy is the caveman and just clocked her over the head, and then she ended up spreading her legs. Tell me that happened. Tell me he pitched so much game and she was just not a willing participant and she said, all right, I'll just go ahead and sleep with you. Tell me that that's happening in this interaction. It's not. She knows what's happening. She knows what she's going to get from it.
Yep.
And she knows she's not getting anything else but Giga Chad. Now, to you, Beta Brad, she's going to say, well, I'm the victim and he was an a-hole, etc., etc. But the reality is the woman got what she wants. Look again. Look at that face.
She's getting her ego stroked, and
Yep.
he's not going to get shit out of it.
All right. We all know what happened there. We've seen that one. So I want us to switch our mindset. Even if you're a pump and dumper, even if you have to understand, even then, she got what she wanted. She got what she really wanted. Now, the dual mating strategy that we're talking about here is something that we talk about, and it makes you think that women lose and they have to settle for the beta. And that's wrong.
I agree
They
with
actually win on both sides. They got the alpha and what he needed, and then they're going to get what they want from the beta. That is a predator dual mating strategy.
Yep.
Does she really lose? Nope.
That's
She doesn't.
playing the field.
Especially today. Because a woman could be a 304, she can sell her body, she can sell feed pictures on Instagram, and she can still come out winning. She got the she got the Chad's attention, like my man Reality Check says. She got the attention. She got the glory. She got the glory of having the Giga Chad. She won. She didn't lose. She got it. Now, you might be saying, well, women are going to end up being cat women at the end of this and not getting what they want.
What happened? Where did all the men go?
Now,
Who is that?
the predator
It's
doesn't
just
eat.
a sound clip.
Sometimes the lion goes out there and they don't get a gazelle. Sometimes the hunter goes out there and they set a bear trap and he gets nothing. Every now and then, a predator does not have to always eat. Sometimes a predator ends up losing. Sometimes a predator ends up starving and dying on the side of the road of starvation. Sometimes there's a drought.
True.
But sometimes the predator regroups. Sometimes the predator goes back to the drawing board. Sometimes the predator maps out a new plan. And the new plan is laying low, watching for the patterns of simp. Like the lion watches for the patterns of gazelle. Hey, I missed the last two gazelles. I'll lay low in the weeds and watch. That is the cat woman laying in the weeds.
Ooh.
Now, guarantee you young men are coming over there piping her down. All right?
But wait,
Just like the lion.
what is
I'm gonna lay.
young men are going over there piping her down? What does that mean?
Means these are the women that get older and they still want that attention, so they're going to go after younger guys because they're more susceptible to, have sex with them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Low and watch the pattern. The cat woman, these older women are laying in the weeds, watching the young boys, and they're going to figure out how to pounce. And they're going to get one. All it takes is one, gentlemen. Now, you're still not convinced. You're still not convinced. So somebody just said it right here. Too many simps. For a Disco Jensen says, too many simps. There's too many simps out there for them to keep losing. Too many. There's too many weak men.
Do you
And the next
agree?
generation of men coming in.
Morning.
What's that?
Do you agree there's too many weak men for them to keep losing? Too many simps? As if ya fave Asian walks in and here's the discussion here.
I think that they'll win monetarily.
Who's going to win monetarily?
The woman.
Okay.
Because the man is simping for him, right?
Uh-huh.
So they're going to give him money, they're going to give him gifts, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to give him all the attention.
Okay.
However, what she really wants is what she's not going to get. And that's what she's going to miss out on.
A real, true relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree. I've seen a lot of women do some stupid shit.
And when they
They
fall,
get older.
when they fall, they're gonna fall hard. It's gonna hit them really hard when they get that realization, like, oh God, I'm stuck with all these beta cucks, simps.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my big strong man? Where are all the men at?
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there are more betas out there, the simps, these days. I don't know.
I think so.
You think so? Why do you think that is?
I think it is because of there's a number of factors, but I want to say that.
Morning. Hold on. How are you? Did you sleep well?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I want to say it has to do with there's a lot of factors. I want to say it has to do with our society, social media, how kids are raised these days. I mean, there's so many factors as to why we're kind of going down this rabbit hole.
Do you think that, I'm not judging,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that men or boys or males are being raised to hunt and fish for a woman? Do you think that's happening these days in this modern world or not?
Hunt and fish. You
Yeah,
mean?
like-
Ever seen the movie Brave Mom?
Do you think that males are being raised to hunt and fish for women?
Less likely these days.
Okay. And why is that?
A lot of people want to move to the city. You're not going to get a lot of that kind of activity in the city.
Oh, so out in the country.
And even
Where
out in the
there's
country, like, I mean, yeah, it happens predominantly, but are a vast majority of people, of fathers taking their sons out there to learn this stuff, it's becoming less likely each year, you know. And it's kind of a shame, you know, because, you know, I love fishing. I love to learn how to hunt.
I'm not talking about fishing and hunting literally. I'm talking about for women.
You're talking about, okay, so what do you mean exactly then? Like, as far as fishing and hunting?
Being
the provider?
a guy, a male, knowing how to hunt and fish for women. Or are they just standing on the sidelines, just kind of observing and...
You're talking about providing, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about how to even approach a woman.
Okay, so you're talking about...
Dating.
You're talking
Hunting
about...
and fishing in dating terms.
Oh, God, no, it's less likely these days.
What's up? You need something?
I'm gonna go to my friend's house that I used to work with. His house is right by Come and Go,
Okay.
and his name is Bob.
Okay, can you make sure to leave me his info, please? Can
Yeah.
you text that to me?
It's right up the street. I just wanted to tell you that, and then I'll tell you, like, it's like when you're going to Come and Go this way, right? It's like on the left side, right next to Come and Go.
Okay, but can you text me his stuff?
Address.
Are you going over there now?
Yeah. I'm gonna go meet him at Come and Go, and then go to his house, and then I'll text you like with the apartment info and stuff.
Okay. Alright, make good decisions.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Since
Keep yourself safe.
Mm.
I'm not doing any
Okay.
bad stuff.
Alright, that's all I gotta say. Have a good time.
Alright. Thank you.
All right.
Love you.
I love you guys too. Do you know if I could borrow the EBT card in case I want to get like a drink or something?
Yeah?
Does it have money?
Yes?
Oh, okay. I didn't know
Probably not.
when the last time you guys went.
Probably wouldn't do more than 20.
$20.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I should give you guys up.
All right, later.
Okay, well, have a good time. I love you.
Love you.
I mean it. Be safe.
Okay. It's right
And
up the
please
street.
remember to text me the info. Okay.
I will tell you the apartment names. It's right up the street.
The address and everything, please. Okay?
The address too.
Yep. Alright, thank you.
Sounds
Mhm.
good.
Bye. Love you.
I will be back around like 3 or 4.
Okay.
Alright,
Sounds good. Bye. Alright.
I love you.
Love you. Okay. So I'm just talking about. I'm not talking about literal hunting and fishing.
I was
I'm
wondering
talking
where you were
about
going with that.
dating,
'Cause
dating.
I was wondering where you're going with that. I'm like, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah. No. That's why I was like, in the country, yeah, maybe they do because they're like
Yeah.
learning some things out in the country, but I'm referring
As far-
to dating.
As far as like the whole courting thing goes and dating and all that.
Yeah.
It's changed vastly. The dynamics have changed as well. As he says, women used to be the prey; they're the predator now.
Yeah, it's reverse. It's like the females want to completely be the masculine energy.
Yeah.
And a lot of males are being what you would call betas and simps and taking on a female role.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of interesting to watch. Go ahead. Okay. Were you going to say something else?
I'm losing my train of thought because he keeps going back and forth.
Oh, okay. He's about to leave in a minute here, so we can get back to our
I know where you're
regular
talking about
scheduled
when the
program.
boxes are coming in.
Sorry. Okay.
Like if you're looking at the front of it.
That's fine. He can go in and out. I want to have a stream where real life is happening, and I know it interrupts our train of thought.
Yeah.
But this is what happens in the house, guys. In the kitchen, we're in a main common area, shared space, so my boys are going to go in and out of the space, and so... Alright. Were you going to say something else? Oh, I was asking you, do you think that males are being raised to hunt and fish? What I mean in hunt and fish, not literally hunting and fishing. I'm talking about dating. Are they being raised to learn how to approach a girl or a woman, a female, to date and get to a place of having a successful relationship where the male is in his masculine energy and the female is in her feminine energy?
Let me put it this way. Normally, a father gives this kind of advice to his son, right? I've gotten this advice from my dad.
Okay.
He's given me advice as far as, like, hey, this is what, if you want a woman, this is what you need to do.
Okay.
But he's also given me some pointers as to, what to avoid.
Oh,
so
I'd love to hear some of the advice and the pointers to avoid.
Yeah. Honestly, at the top of my head, I can't really...
think of what the discussions have been.
Yeah, I mean, he's given me good advice over the years, and it's just naturally been ingrained in me to where I don't even think about it, of what those are. It's just kind of like, instinctually, I should not do that, or I should stay away from this woman because, I don't know, there's just something about her. But I want to say this. Single households have gone up.
Yep.
And a lot of men, boys, males, whatever.
Yeah.
They're being raised by single moms without the father figure to kind of give them this advice. Now, I'm sure women can give them some advice, but there's a lot of stuff that males impart onto other males.
Sure.
And I think you're seeing a lot more of that these days, and this is the result that you're getting.
Because a lot of males are being raised by single mothers.
Yeah.
They're single fathers. Let's not discredit the single fathers out there, because there's a lot of single fathers as well, obviously, and that you're co-parenting. I bet if we looked at the statistics, I don't know why, maybe the statistics are different when they look at statistics of single mothers versus single fathers. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's closer than I think. So, okay. So, and I think that's what we were talking about the other day, is like females that are being raised by single moms too are also being raised to step up and be in this masculine role because they see their mothers being the providers. So not only do you have males not really having their dads show them how to hunt and fish, hunt fish for a woman, a female partnership, dating even, you have females that are also being raised by single moms and stepping into the provider role. So it's almost like the roles are being crisscrossed, and females are having the predominantly masculine energy and males are having feminine energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. We're seeing a lot more of that these days.
And these women that are fighting for their independence. Well, I get that you want to be independent, and that is a very broad term. What does that mean to each female? So
Exactly.
I get everybody wants to have some type of independence, and so I just think that I think that until you've really lived in a relationship where I think it's just too broad of a term, and it's being put in a box what this independence looks like, where females should make their own money, have their own place, have their shit together, have a great credit report, have their own car, don't rely on a man. I mean, I think that's a lot of what probably the stereotype of an independent woman is like these days, and I don't like that stereotype.
Yeah, it goes back to our discussion on Friday.
Yeah.
As far as that goes. But yeah, it just seems like men are kind of losing their foothold in society as of who they are. It's like it's okay to be a guy. It's okay to be male. It's okay to have masculine traits and want to do things in your own way. It shouldn't be dictated from women or other people on how you should react or behave in society. Yes, we know that, sexual assault, rape, all that shit's bad, right? That's terrible. Our culture doesn't condone it. We don't have a rape culture. We just have very misguided youth out there that are not getting that advice that they should be getting at a young age.
Well, and rape is not necessarily a sexual act, as we know. Rape is a
act.
violent. Yes, it's power.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on violence. It's overtaking another human being, and that's more. I mean, it's a very mental, messed up.
Right.
So anyway, let's go back to our audio. We were listening to. We're having brunch this morning, guys. I made some French keto almond flour French toast sticks. Oh, and a huge amount of bacon for everyone this morning, so wish you guys were here. Go ahead, let's listen to this.
Week. They gonna win. As much as we pump this information in, they're gonna end up winning. Now, let me tell you something. Some of you guys are still not convinced. Yep. Les Grant, we're gonna go into that. We're gonna go into it, Les Grant, right now. Because I'm gonna give you all the phrases that this so-called manosphere uses. That will validate my point that the woman is the predator and the man is the prey. First of all, if you use any of these phrases, Briefolt's Law, Alpha F's Beta Bucks, she's not yours, it's her turn. Monkey branching, hypergamy, 80-20 rule, 90-10 rule. If you use any of those phrases, you just described and admitted that the woman is the predator and the man is the prey. I know people weren't going to agree with me, but I just had to lay down my point. If you use any of those phrases...
What does hypergamy mean again?
Hypergamy means that you're marrying up or getting into a relationship where you're going to benefit from someone that makes more than you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's saying that if a male or a female, mainly a female he's referring to, uses any of these terms, then what?
Let's go back because we kind of were in the middle of the this is from a live stream, so there's kind of some things that are coming in through here from like the chat, as well as like other references that I'm not very familiar with.
Okay.
Now let me tell you something. Some of you guys are still not convinced. Yep. Les Grant. We're gonna go into that. We're gonna go into it. Les Grant right now.
And shut the windows. Now cooking's done, guys. We're gonna cook. Close the windows. Leave the blinds up, though. Okay.
All right.
Give you all the phrases that this so-called manosphere uses. That that will validate my point that the woman is the predator and the man is the prey. First of all, if you use any of these phrases, Briefolt's law, alpha F's, beta bucks, she's not yours, it's her turn. Monkey branching, hypergamy, 80-20 rule, 90-10 rule. If you use any of those phrases, you just described and admitted that the woman is the predator and the man is the prey. I know people weren't going to agree with me, but I just had to lay down my point.
Okay, so from what he says, apparently using those terms doesn't automatically assume that the woman is the predator. Mm-hmm. Let's let him discuss more, because I'm kind of I'm not entirely sure what he's getting at the moment.
Use any of those phrases, that is indeed telling you that intentionally the woman used you as prey and she was the predator. She had control the entire time.
Oh, okay.
And not only does she have control, even when she loses, she wins. Even when she loses, I pumped and dumped her. I'm an alpha, I pumped and dumped her. Well, the beta bucks end up picking her up. Not only that, she got your seed. She got to be able to enjoy the attention of the alpha. She won. She's the predator.
So basically, like, even though it wasn't long term, she still got with that guy, guy that she wanted. So
the alpha?
The alpha, the guy that, she had sex with, and then,
he dumped her for whatever reason. They broke up.
Right.
Okay. She got what she wanted from him because they got together. Mm-hmm. And then she got what she wanted from the beta.
Right.
Which is the rebound.
So even if she's losing, she's still winning.
Right, gotcha. She's ahead of the game.
She's ahead of the game.
She got both. She got what she wanted from both.
She's basically having her cake and eating it too.
Is the alpha and the beta getting what they want?
The alpha is.
Because he got what he wanted, and then he was probably the one that dumped her, and that's why she went to the beta.
Yeah.
So the alpha got what he wanted, and then the beta is the loser in the game.
He's picking up the scraps, like he said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that she wants her ego stroked from, but she's not going to have sex with him. She's not going to give in to him, and he's not going to get any type of relationship from her whatsoever. Because when she gets her ego stroked, he's discarded. He's disposable.
If she's getting what she wants from the guy, from the beta, right?
Yeah.
And, she doesn't have to put out any effort, but he still continues to give her what she wants.
Yeah.
What does she have to do,
Right.
She doesn't have to do anything. She can just continue using this guy, and the beta is not making any. He's not speaking up. He's not putting his foot in the ground, setting any boundaries. He's just letting it happen, even though he wants something more substantial.
Okay. Yeah. And do you think he's probably? Is he blind, or does he have some kind of hint of awareness of like, oh, I know I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not getting exactly what I want, but she's in my life, and that's good enough.
Yeah, it comes down to, well, I mean, does anybody ever truly get what they want? No. But, I mean, realistically speaking, is he getting the relationship he wants? And if it's
a reciprocating one, which is not.
Right. And if that's not happening, but he's still enabling this, then yeah, he's losing. Mm-hmm. He's losing on this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But he doesn't know he's losing because that's just what he thinks is the way to go. He hasn't been taught to hunt and fish. He hasn't been taught what a reciprocating relationships need some kind of reciprocation.
There's plenty of males that do know. They're just, again,
they're not willing to.
They're unable to fight for that, and if
they're not willing to fight. I don't know if they're unable.
And if they do, this woman doesn't have to put any effort in. Remember, so if she feels like she doesn't need to put any work in, and he finally puts his steps his ground, she's gonna move on to the next guy.
Yeah, I just think it's not that he's not able to.
Right.
He's unwilling.
It could be the unwilling part.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Because we're able to do a lot of things, but whether we're willing to do it or not, that's a different story.
Yeah. And he may be stuck even though he's miserable, he might be stuck in, this situation and doesn't want to change it because he might be afraid of losing her.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I got this much. Maybe she'll come around.
Right.
All right, let's listen to some more.
The alpha was the prey in the entire thing, and most of the time she selected the alpha intentionally. And we say alpha and beta as bookmark terms. Thank you. She selected the alpha, she got the alpha's attention, and she won. She won that bout. Now, her constellation prize is the beta. Now, I'm going to give you another one. Let's give you some more. Let me give you another few phrases that will validate what I'm talking about. If you use any of these phrases, thirst trap.
What?
Catfish.
Thirst trap.
Okay.
Catfish.
Baby trap.
Baby trap?
Beta male orbit. Choosing signals. Those are all strategies that women employ to get you, no matter what strategy you're using, to fold and be exposed, and ultimately her serve as the predator and you serve as the prey.
Baby trap?
Baby trap.
Oh.
So, think about it.
Go ahead.
What term has the word baby in it? As far as a unique kind of relationship goes, what word has the word baby in it?
Oh, like a, God, I can't,
Sugar baby.
Sugar baby.
Yep.
Sugar baby.
Yep.
Sugar daddy, sugar baby relationships.
Yeah, they're looking for their sugar daddy.
Okay.
Yeah, thirst trap. They know that men are thirsty, so they're going to use it to their advantage.
These terms are coming and blowing me away. Like,
Yeah.
these are not obviously terms in any of my vocabulary. So, I mean, I know what some of them mean, obviously, but they don't, have they're obvious terms. Okay, so
Yeah.
like baby trap.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about? Like,
Yeah.
sugar daddy, sugar baby?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking, I don't know, baby trap is more of trapping a guy into
Oh, you know what?
having a baby.
You're right. Actually, that does sound more. I'm not thinking here. Yeah, that does make more sense. Actually, baby trap, trapping him, with a baby, getting herself pregnant. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I was going completely left field with that.
I'm
idea.
these are like traps.
Yeah.
These are
What am I thinking of? It's
really reciprocating relationships.
yeah, baby trap. Yeah. So when you think of it that way, yeah, being trapped into a relationship because the woman gets herself pregnant.
And which case in point here, I don't know if it's case in point, but anyway, I always tell my male friends, boys, whatever, any males, we talk about this too, is like, bring your own condom. Bring your own condom. Don't trust her if she says she's on birth control.
Yeah.
Number one, don't use her condom.
Never use her condoms.
Never use her condom because she could have poked holes into it. Then when you poke it, obviously you're compromising it.
Mm-hmm.
The thing could rip and break, or if the condom stays intact, obviously sperm can travel through and then
Flush the condom.
And flush the condom when you're done. Okay.
Don't
Get
throw it
rid
in
of
the
that
trash.
thing. Take it home with you.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do, just make sure that it's gone from her place, and take care of yourselves, because I'm going to say, women, I will say this, and I am a woman. Women do some ugly shit, okay? I'm not saying that I've ever done any of that stuff. I never had to. I had my 2 sons in marriage, and they were planned and this and that. But I know women that they get so desperate to have a baby in their mid-30s, and I've heard some ugly talk, all right? So guys, take care of yourselves, be safe, and do not trust her until you've developed a good relationship and you feel like you can trust her.
Now, why do you think that she wants to go after a dude to get pregnant, not go to a sperm bank?
Because it's just, child support. Okay.
There you go.
Even if so she's gonna look for somebody that if she's gonna have somebody that's going to be the daddy, she's gonna look for somebody that probably has a little bit of has a steady income at least, or an average to high income, so that she can get child support. She's not. Why is she gonna go to? This is now. We're not talking about every woman, guys. Please. This is not every woman. This is the woman out there that has done everything she can to be in a relationship. She's at that age, probably somewhere in her 30s. It could be in 20s too. I don't know, but I think more in their 30s, because I've seen a lot more women in their 30s do this kind of shit. And there are women out there that, do have very good careers, and they are willing to go to the sperm bank, and they can raise a child by themselves. And so they're okay. But there are a lot of women also that will do some shit because they want child support. They want child support. Strap up, but you can't kind of measure up her character and grab a girl that wouldn't do that. Yeah, I don't know why some of these hate Ian Snide. Good to see you here. Yeah, but definitely wrap it up and make sure it's your own, and flush it down the toilet or take it with you and get rid of it. All right. Let's go on to the next part of this audio. This is good. Good question.
All of those are putting the woman in the dominant position, or at least strategically the smarter to come out winning. This is a predator-prey dynamic. It will only get worse as the next generations of men come in.
Oh.
The black pill philosophy is back in the building. Shout out to you.
Go ahead.
What you just saying there, sir?
It just hit me what he said. The next generations that come in, it's only going to get worse.
Think about that.
Holy moly. Do you think, I think that we've always had, I don't even know where to start, transgenders. Guys, I don't know all the different terms out there, that are going on. But it appears, and maybe because it's we have social media, we have a lot more access to information through our phones and media, more than ever, right? So maybe it's more apparent where there are transgenders, and like I said, I don't want to offend anybody. I may not know what the hell I'm talking about, but it just seems like maybe that there are kids that are being born that boys want to be girls and girls want to be boys, and we're starting to become almost like, there's more like almost this unisex kind of a thing. When I say unisex, what I mean is boys becoming girls and girls becoming boys. Like I said, I don't even know the right terms. So
I just see.
Do you think that's happening because as we develop as human beings, we're almost becoming these asexual human beings, because males are not being taught to fish and hunt for women, and women are becoming very masculine?
I wouldn't say asexual. I think we're far from that. Although I can see us heading there in that direction.
Yeah, I feel like.
But I just feel that, we're just young men, males. They're just not being taught these things from father figures or role models at a younger age, and especially if they're, being taught that, treat women like queens and this and that, and don't question a woman. Always believe what she has to say,
What?
Some guys are being taught this.
What?
Yes.
Don't question what a woman says?
Yeah.
Who do you think he's teaching them that?
Believe all women.
I just think I don't think you should, I think that should go on with both sides.
Oh, agreed. Absolutely.
Okay. So. Go ahead.
So yeah, it's just, if this generation is this bad, it's like you said, it's only going to get worse because it's kind of like spiraling down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
As far as this goes.
It's just very, very interesting to hear it from your take because you are from a different generation than I am. And so, yeah, I'm just observing, like, even my son's ages who are 20 and 13, like...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're Gen X. I'm a millennial, unfortunately.
Yeah, so what are the boys?
Gen
Asian or what?
I think they're both Gen Z, maybe.
Gen Z?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, let's play some more.
Doesn't matter. But I'll let you stay because you think you're smart, but you don't have an icon. So, based on my particular rule here, you can't try to use any rules when you make content and you don't have an icon. You must come on my channel. I'll put my name out there in my face. You can't come in here and shoot shots and you don't have a damn icon, you black pillar.
Okay, he's just
Come on,
talking to
man.
somebody
We gotta
in
be
the chat.
smarter
Talking
than
to
this.
someone on his chat.
Yeah.
We gotta establish some rules. Always the guys that got low subscriptions, they want to establish the rules. Hey, we got a voice too. We're gonna establish the rules in this manosphere. We're gonna take it over one subscriber at a time. And then they want to make their own subgroup and then start making the rules. And all these people got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You don't have any leverage, sir. First of all, you guys need to put your face out here and stop being Rudy Poos like it's 2012. Anybody making content or have a channel, if you're going to go on other channels and disagree, put your damn face out here and stop being a tampon-wearing beta male. I call names out because I got my face out here.
That's true.
Anyway, if you
I say
use
that
those
when I'm not even on
phrases, you are
camera.
admitting
But
that
at least
the
I'm...
woman is the predator and the man is the prey. And according to what Generation Z is coming in with, the relationship dynamics of this predator and prey is going to be a little bit more exaggerated than it was before. Okay, so Gen Z women are more masculine and is celebrated for more masculine characteristics than Gen Z men. Gen Z men are actually celebrated for wearing dresses, tight pants, and not being leaders.
Wow.
Nowadays men are being demasculated, and not everywhere, but it's just becoming more common to see this kind of trend happening. Yeah, especially amongst intersectional feminists.
Yeah, I'm not obvious. I only can base a lot of things in our own household.
Right.
And with you and the boys, and it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see with the boys as they get into relationships where things kind of go with them, because neither one of them are in, like, my 20-year-old is not in a relationship and my 13-year-old is no. Kid Cootie just wore a dress on SNL. Being celebrated for wearing dresses. Hey, I'm not gonna judge that, but it is kind of an interesting thing that he pointed that out. You know.
Right.
So.
It's like, oh yeah, it's it's great that you're, you're going against what you're naturally born with and what you go with,
Yeah.
Now I understand you got gay males, right? Gay guys.
Yeah.
They do their own thing. Good for them. Not talking about them. Just
Yeah.
talking about the regular straight male here.
Okay.
He wants you to be tapped down. So this predator-prey dynamic will be that much more elevated as we go along here. Testosterone levels in young men today are at their lowest of any generation of men in the history of the United States of America.
Low testosterone, a lot has to do with the foods we eat.
It has a lot to do with our sedentary lives too.
I was going to say that.
Because
sedentary.
Yeah.
Sedentary.
Yeah.
Sedentary.
So, in order to boost natural testosterone serum, within a male,
Yeah.
they need to be active. They need to be.
True.
Doesn't necessarily have to be working, but just being active.
Right.
That's how you get the blood pumping. That's how you get the hormones flowing. You know, that's how we operate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I can tell you this. I can feel that my testosterone was going down through this pandemic when I wasn't able to go out and do my own thing.
Right.
You know, that
Yeah.
sucks.
No working out at the gym and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That makes a difference.
Yeah. When I get back from the gym, man, I feel like, even though I'm sore right now, you know, I just feel great because it's like, yes, I got this testosterone pumping through me right now.
Yeah. All right.
They're losing testosterone as they go along. There's several reasons why. Sure, we can talk about it. Okay? Generation Z women will outpace the males in sexual partners.
Whoa.
Generation Z women at their youth will outpace the sexual partners of the men. Okay?
So
The Generation Z women will close the gender gap, the gender pay gap. They're going to close it up, especially in the younger years. They're going to close the gender pay gap. All right? Generation Z women will use female nature to dominate over men. All of these terms that we talk about, they have the advantage. And Generation Z women will have sold themselves online to older men.
Whoa.
Deep pictures, their personalities, their face, whatever it is. They're going to sell.
You know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
OnlyFans. You know, Twitch. Well, not you. Hot tub streams. Let's be clear here.
The terms that males use or females use as thoughts.
Pretty much selling, and it's funny because here's the double standard that I see within, you know, some of these women that are putting themselves on OnlyFans or doing these hot tub streams.
Yeah.
They're saying that they want to objectify their bodies, but they don't want men to objectify them. It's like you're already objectifying your own bodies, but it's not okay for men to do that. That's where the double standard comes in. It's like, that's where it's like no. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Like, I'm doing this purposefully, but don't look at me and objectify me.
Only pay me. Don't talk to me.
All right.
Themselves to men online. Gen Z men will fold like a lawn chair to any one of these women, any woman, any age, any shape, or anything. And
you know why? Because they're not seeing the pattern flow of how men are supposed to hunt and fish. Because they're not seeing it within society, it starts to disappear.
Yeah.
And so they don't know where to get it from. They don't know how to go about it because they have not seen it. You're starting to see it in media. You're starting to see it on social media. You're starting to see it everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's going away.
Yeah. Ooh. Wow. This is going to be interesting. We're going to have like almost one gender.
Ugh.
I don't know. It's just weird. I don't even know what that means when I say that. Go ahead.
So yeah, it's a scary time to be a guy right now. It's a scary time to date in general, really.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I can definitely just see this continuing to go down because, you know, it's going to get to a point where it's like maybe we could get to that asexual dynamic, or maybe just a very topsy-turvied version of what, you know, the gender roles are.
The gender roles are very switched.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting, but very scary to see us kind of heading towards the path that Japan has been going down.
Yeah, and maybe we can talk about what Japan is. You ain't scared, all right. What's going on in Japan?
I don't know exactly how and this is kind of something I would really like to kind of figure out, and it might have something to do with more women being out in the work field. But men just don't want to date. They don't. They don't want to go out and meet women. You know what they do?
What?
Have you heard the term waifu before?
No.
Waifu is a fictional character that you kind of make into your girlfriend or wife. Like it could be an animated character, video game character, what have you.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa. Waifu. This band is doing really bad. It's like,
Yeah. And you know, the birth rate just continues to drop. It's getting to where it's getting like
down to like 0?
I wouldn't say 0, but it's bad.
10%? What do you think?
I'd have to look up what the statistic is, but yeah, they're just not procreating. So I'm kind of wondering if the government's going to ever step in and be like, okay, we need to have like a bachelor tax or something.
Whoa. You know, I don't know why when you said that, it just brought into like The Handmaid's Tale.
I mean,
On Hulu. And maybe a lot of men aren't watching what The Handmaid's Tale is all about, but the basic gist is there's a society that forms their own country of and has their own government within the United States, and they kidnap women that are proven to have already started their own family, had babies, and have kids. So they know that these women can reproduce, and so they kidnap these women, and they separate them from their children and husbands or spouses, or their partners, and they take them and they bring them into it's awful, and the couples in this new country colony, whatever it's called, these couples are wealthy, and they bring these women in and they make them into handmaids, and basically they rape them, and they have the husbands of the couple rape the women so that they can produce children for the couple.
you want to hear something interesting? Sorry, it goes against what you're talking about, or not against, but it's off topic.
Yeah.
Kind of. Did you hear that China just recently banned feminism in their country, like from social media and just the whole ideology?
No, I didn't know that.
They banned it because it's proving to have some sort of hindrance on procreating.
Oh, wow. Well, I know years ago, China had already gotten rid of the one child rule, so that hasn't been happening for years now. So couples in China can have more than one child. I don't know if there's a limit or not, but that one child rule or law has gone away for years now, and so now they're getting rid of feminism. The guys there don't have enough money to support a family, and at a certain point, they completely give up on the idea of ever being in a relationship and draw inward towards from society in Japan. Okay?
Facts. The cost of living there is so expensive these days.
Yeah, I can't even.
It's almost impossible. And it's not like you're getting the same support as you would here whenever you have a family. I think that maybe Japan does or not. I don't know, but having that tax break from having a family would definitely kind of help push people towards that direction.
Yeah.
But yeah, as it stands now, it's pretty destitute there. So you know what? Women in Japan, they're kind of looking outwards from their country.
Oh, they want other men from other countries. Is that what?
Because the men there are not giving them what they want.
Oh,
giving them what they need.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I would hate for the U.S. to go down that rabbit hole, to start spiraling down to that level.
Wow. So I guess if you want a Japanese woman, an Asian woman, maybe Japan is an option. I don't know, for women that want to start a family. I mean, there's a lot of women here that want to start a family too. But do you think the Japanese women there, how are they? You've considered that, really? Okay. The Japanese women, Now you went to Japan
I did.
over a year ago, and so what were the women? Describe what the women that you met. Now this is not across the board, of course. So describe the type of women that you met. What were they like?
Usually meek and shy, because
meek and shy.
yeah, because of the society.
Uh-huh.
However, that completely changes whenever they get drunk.
So it takes being drunk to get out of their meek and shyness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Grandpappy Nuggets! How's the cheese going? How are you? Good to see you here. We're having brunch. Welcome to brunch. French toast sticks, keto almond flour French toast sticks, and a heaping amount of bacon. So, okay, so meek and shy. Because, but yet they're like these independent females, right? That go and get, they need to work and make their own income because they don't necessarily have male providers, so they have to take care of themselves.
It does seem that way. And if I were to guess, I think there are some women that do have ambitions. They want to do things, right?
Yeah.
But I think a lot of them do it out of necessity because like I said, the marriage and birth rate's going down. So there's not men stepping up to, be with women to take care of them.
Whew. Man. I'll take 2 of everything, please. All right. So a woman in Japan right now is, women and men are both hurting. Not hurting. They're hurting.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't think and maybe that's where, if you're going over to Japan and you're going to sleep with somebody, make sure you have condoms and take them with you. Because if the women want children and, all that kind of stuff, you don't want to have that kind of a
and they
issue
do,
if you don't.
and they do provide places to kind of encourage procreation. They have things that are called love hotels over there.
Yeah, they have these like love hotels in Japan.
Yeah.
Like for what do they rent them like hourly or?
You can rent them by the hour. You can rent them by the night.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's awesome, but yeah.
They also have social mingling clubs just so they can get people out of their shells to kind of start to engage with each other.
Wow.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll include foreigners in these clubs too, because it's like, hey, we need to,
up this birth rate.
Yeah.
Get this going.
Right.
Wow. We as the United States are going into a pretty interesting direction as it is, but being in Japan, when you're on an island, and United States is so much more vast. It's like, Europe, and we've got our own states, and Europe's got their own countries, but we've got places we can obviously go. But when you're stuck on an island, and that's kind of the mindset of many men.
Yeah. I think it's
dating is a fail.
Yeah, it's just, and I'm especially talking about like Tokyo, like these metropolitan kind of areas.
You're more talking about that.
Yeah, when you get into more rural areas, you're gonna have less people, so therefore, your chances are less likely. However, I don't think the emphasis on a busy schedule and work and expenses are as heightened as they would be in places like Tokyo or Kyoto.
Right, it's a little different. You almost, I would think that it probably kind of goes back to like maybe if you're in a rural area, if like we'll just take agriculture, farming or something. Maybe you need to procreate so you can have children to help you on the farm. That's what a lot of back in the day.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you had to procreate so you would have children that would help you on the farm. That's just that was the reality of what was going on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And then you look at like one of the other islands in Japan, like Okinawa.
yeah,
They, of course, that show that we watched just last night, they were mentioning how easygoing people are and this and that. It's because they don't have an emphasis on work. Of course, work is important, but it's not everything. It's not what keeps everything going.
right. So you have this combination of where what's it called when in Tokyo they're basically working themselves to death. I know there's a term for that.
I forgot what that term was, but that's basically what they're doing.
They put in so many hours that by the time they're up early, probably a lot of them taking long commutes on their train systems into the city because they can't really afford to live in Tokyo per se. And then even if you are living in Tokyo, the cost the cost of living in Japan is horrendous. And then so you're working these extremely long hours, and you're looked down upon if you aren't putting in those hours.
Right.
Like you have to, or it's just really looked down upon if you aren't putting in the hours, and if the boss basically says we're going to go for a drink after work, even if you don't want to, you better get your ass over to that restaurant with the boss.
Right.
Because that's looked down on too.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the commute back to wherever you're living. So it's just a combination of disaster. Where are you going to find the time to be even having the desire to date, having even the thought to date, and then let alone actually putting in any action into dating, and then having a successful relationship that could produce a result in marriage, not marriage, and then start a family. It's like, it just seems like such a long distance, like it's way out there. You can't even reach it, that goal. So that it's just,
It's a rat race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some very kind and well-mannered people there, but I think I have noticed that in Tokyo, I didn't really get to see much outside of that, like in the other towns and villages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But in Tokyo, I've noticed that they're well mannered, they're kind, this and that, but a lot of them did not seem happy.
Yeah, they're just putting on a face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's deep.
And you get a fake smile and high pitched greeting, this and that, and it's just it's like I'm sure they're good people. I'm sure they're actually really kind like this outside of whatever they're doing out of work, but I can definitely tell this is a front.
A very robotic society almost.
Very much so.
Robotic sweetness.
Yeah, very much so.
And you're not going to probably get much depth unless you pour some alcohol down that person, and maybe not even depth, but more relaxation. Yeah,
I've seen a few instances of women acting out in a drunkenly manner over there.
Really, I can't even imagine.
So, this was close to my Airbnb. I was walking with my friend. We're gonna go get some food.
Yeah.
And this woman was just completely
hammered,
shit-faced, right? So, but she's with a group of guys, and she kept reaching for the guy's junk, and the guy's like, no. Yes. It was crazy. I was like, I did not expect this at all.
That's like just a sign of not only are you drunk, but like just kind of immature.
I think it's a form of desperation.
It's a form of desperation, but it's almost like an immature. I don't know. It's a sign of immaturity. And, if they're not having much experience, how are you going to ever get to a place where you're physically, sexually maturing, let alone emotionally and mentally maturing? So, see what it says. East Nile, Japan has a very insular society. The 996 working hour system is a work schedule commonly practiced by some companies in the People's Republic of China. It derives its name
from its requirement that employees work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days per week, 72 hours per week. Japan has that work culture too. That's just crazy.
You're spending
That's suicidal. That's why people will commit suicide.
You're spending 3 days out of your week working.
3 days.
72 hours.
3 full days. If you're working 24 hours per day. 72 hours per week. That's at least 72. And then, like I said, if their boss is like, we're going to have a drink.
Yeah. Or we're behind and we need you to stay overnight.
Yeah. And 9 a.m. even is like, that's a late, that's almost like, it feels like they'd be starting the workday at 7 or 8 a.m., you know?
Yeah.
So I have a feeling it's even more, you know, maybe possibly more than 72 hours. And then you add in the commute. Like, who's going to have a desire at the end of that to even, like, look for someone to date? You're not even thinking of dating. You're thinking of sleeping. You're thinking of going home and going to bed and fucking decompressing and going to sleep. That's what you're thinking of.
That's why they don't have the mental capacity to be like, all right, I'm going to find myself a girlfriend.
Yeah, there's no way. You don't even think about it. You're just going to probably go home. If you get horny, you're going to take care of your business in about a minute or two. And then it's like, why, you know, you don't even have time. You wouldn't even have time to look for a date, let alone go on a date.
You don't have time for yourself. Hardly.
No.
Because the other good chunk of that is going to be sleeping.
You want to sleep.
Or taking care of things outside of work, you know?
You're going to eat and sleep. And maybe if you're at home and you have any time, you want to drink at home by yourself into your deep misery. I mean, that's a total prison. Yeah. That is like, so basically they're pretty much telling you you're fucked for life and you'll have no joy. It's completely out of balance. There's nothing for you. And that's why there's such a high suicide rate in Japan. And then people die from overworking. There's a term for that, right? Isn't that there's a term for dying from overworking?
Yeah, and I forgot that term. I mean, maybe somebody in the chat can give us what that Japanese term is. But yeah, there is one.
Yeah,
that's death by work.
Yeah, death by work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you have just the very depressing other situation of people that are alone that want to be with somebody but can't, you know, because of whatever their situation is, drives them to suicide. And you've heard about the suicide forest, right?
Yeah, the suicide forest. There's Matthew McConaughey was in a film about the suicide forest.
Yeah, so they'll go do something like that, you know, away from society in a more calm place, I guess.
You can't even like commit really suicide in your own place without shame, you know.
Yeah.
You got to go to the suicide forest away from everybody where no one's gonna stop you.
See, and it's not even like shame on yourself, but shame on your family.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. So much shame. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Being stuck on an island and overworking yourself, guys. That doesn't sound like a good plan. And then, like, I mean, just every little thing. They have some kind of, like, they shame tattoos, right? Like, you're just really looked down by society if you have tattoos and they're showing. And it's just, it's horrible.
Well, it's not really a shame sort of reaction, but it's more of, like, a cautious kind of reaction because...
This person might be dangerous kind of caution or what?
Well, yeah, because a lot of people when they see other Japanese people with tattoos, they're probably... linked with the Yakuza.
Oh, a gang?
With the
Japanese gang, Yakuza?
Japanese mafia, yeah.
Oh, the mafia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why, you know, tattoos are not a big thing in their in normal everyday culture. But over there it's like they see people with tattoos, they're like
Yeah. I don't even know how. I think we were just starting to talk about like the population decrease in Japan. But we would start out talking about what's going on here in the U.S. alone, and just the
the women having a lot more masculine energy, and the females having more masculine energy, and the males having more feminine energy, and it's getting very, very, very convoluted, and it comes from our foods, our complacency and stagnation, and just sitting and not getting enough exercise, because low testosterone, or low T is what it's called, happens and develops when we have a stagnant, sedentary life, and testosterone gets built from exercise, moving around, going out, and millions and years ago, all that caveman stuff came from hunting, hunting and fishing, and males going out and being a provider and doing all that stuff. And we just have a very different lifestyle now. It's a lot more sedentary, unless you're actively getting your ass out and going and working outside, outdoors, or going to the gym and doing something. And so, yeah, I think that's troublesome. We're listening to a podcast on the part of the podcast we're at now is on Gen Z.
Yeah, they're talking about how dating is, how the dynamic of predator and prey is kind of getting more serious as each generation kind of goes by.
Yeah, and the predator being not the male, being the female. The predators are now the females in this modern world, and the prey are the males. So it's just done a 180 degree. All right, so let's play some more of this.
All right, we got about 5 minutes left
on this podcast or video? Okay.
Yeah.
There's men, young men, now marrying older women in this age group. Young men they're marrying older women, who obviously they would be the predator.
Oh.
And these women are the dominant in their relationship. Gen Z men are going to be far less ambitious and motivated than any previous generation of men.
That's what I was getting at.
Because they got everything that they...
That's what I was getting at. I said that they're not going to see any traces of how you coined the term hunting and fishing.
Yeah.
They're not going
to even know what that means.
They're not going to know. They're just going to be like, well, I was just told that, you need to treat women with respect, this and that. It's like, yeah, I treat them with respect, but there's more to it than when it comes to courting and dating a woman.
Yeah. Now, let's talk about this. Even if, it would be a different discussion for me having a discussion with the boys than you or their dads having a discussion with them. Mm-hmm. But even if you guys are teaching them as the older adult male with experience, the male role models in their lives, are teaching them these tactics on how to hunt and fish. And I'm talking about hunting and fishing, dating terms. I'm not talking about actually going out there and hunting animals and fishing for fish and seafood, that kind of thing. I'm talking about dating and hunting and fishing. And how to approach a woman, how to talk to a woman, how to get a date, how to date in a relationship, how to be the masculine in the relationship as a male. Even if you guys taught them this and they grew into knowing how to do this and experience this, I can't even imagine what type of women that they're going to be coming across that have very dominant masculine energy.
It might, and I say this with the most amount of respect. I mean, if it continues to get worse the way it is, which I'm very sure it is.
Yeah.
These men that are taught these things, and try to apply them towards women after they've become more and more dominant, they might find themselves in an incel situation.
What's incel mean?
Involuntary celibate situation.
Involuntary celibate situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's, and quite honestly, I have more respect for those guys than these simps.
Yeah.
and these cucks that are out there.
Yeah.
Because at least they are continuing to, go at it the way that that they know how to. Okay. And I'm not talking about the incels that that just can't get women and don't know how to. I'm talking about the guys that they know what they want, they know how to do it, but if the tides are turning against them, they're not gonna fold.
Okay, so simps and cucks. Let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
Do you think that it is their fault that that's the way it is? And I'm kind of looking at this from a gray shade as a woman.
Do you want
they were raised a certain way, right? So, is it their fault?
Yes. It is their fault because they're enabling it.
Okay.
Especially simps, because they're just giving out money, giving out attention, giving out gifts, whatever. They're giving whatever they have to these women with nothing returned to them. Okay. No ROI.
Okay. So, no return on investments. If they're raised this way, okay, is it their fault? Now, I'm gonna say yes. They have ownership and responsibility. It's kind of like if you're raised in a domestic violence household. If you're raised by parents that are drug addicts, alcoholics, workaholics, sex addicts, whatever the drug of choice is. If you're raised that way, at some point, yes, as a child, you don't really know the difference. So how much responsibility can you take for being raised that way? Not a whole lot. But as you become an adult, you may have been raised by people that had a drug of choice, or they were violent or whatever. But it is ultimately now your own responsibility and ownership to look at yourself and make those changes.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, I guess as children, it is not their fault if they're raised that way. But as they get older, where does that tide turn? And it is their responsibility.
I think at the end of the day, every person is responsible for something. Like, they have to have responsibility for something.
Yeah.
But you also have, like, if it continues to go this way, and we don't have any kind of masculine role models or father figures out there,
yeah,
then you really kind of are looking at these unguided and very ignorant people.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a disrespect. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
They
just don't know what they don't know.
Exactly.
Ignorance, right? You
right.
don't know what you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know it, how are you going to know it?
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So unless it comes across and you start, if you're miserable enough in your own life and you start doing some research on why you're miserable, and you just start doing some deep diving into mental and emotional ways of being, and discovering that you're not at peace, not happy, then maybe you will come across some educational materials or videos or something that will have you look at yourself and help you make some decisions on whether you want to change yourself or not.
Assuming that they're not banned, censored, or completely erased. Those kind of videos that men can learn from. Yeah. Or whatever.
Are they being banned?
So think about it. Say we got a generation of men that don't know how to be men.
Yeah.
And then you have videos out there that teach them how to be men.
Yeah.
But because of, and I'm just going to say, this new world order that we have going on here, of these feminists that are banning this stuff, saying it's toxic masculinity, this and that, that would be a really hard reality for these guys to,
Where are they going to turn? How are they going to get this information, right?
It would have to be from a peer-to-peer kind of.
Do you think that could happen?
I mean,
are there things that are going on right now that are that you're observing and seeing out there, guys? Do you know are you observing anything where there's feminism to the point of like wanting to burn down any educational materials on males and how to be a masculine male? And is that happening?
Let's just put it this way: it's not heading in a good direction for men. So anything is within the realm of possibility. That
saddens me.
Well, we're also becoming more censored as a nation, anyways. I mean, you know, whether that's around freedom of speech, our First Amendment rights.
Yeah.
You know, you see that happening on a lot of these social media platforms. So, who's to say it won't happen to, you know, that kind of material later down the road?
Yeah. Side note, not having to do with that, but I was just watching a video yesterday about a young girl. This happened 4 years ago when she was 14 years old, talking about censoring. She was 14 years old. She was on the junior varsity cheerleading squad, tried out for the varsity cheerleading squad, and she didn't make it. And hold on. She went off the school grounds after school. Off the school grounds, went on her social media and was ranting and raving, saying, fuck this shit, fuck cheerleading, fuck school, fuck all this. And she ended up getting suspended.
Really?
Yes. And so, let me ask you, do you know what happened next?
What happened next?
She got suspended, and she took this case, which now she's 18 years old. She was 14 then, so this is fast forward 4 years later. She took this case all the way to the Supreme Court on her right for freedom of speech and having the rights in the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And won.
Wow.
Because the school wanted to censor her. She wasn't even on school property. It was after school hours.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't even mention the name of the school. She didn't do anything like that. On her social media, she just basically said, fuck cheerleading, fuck school, fuck, you know, because she was pissed off about the fact that she didn't make the varsity cheerleading squad. And the school suspended her and attempted to, discipline her for doing that. So good for her for taking it all the way to the Supreme Court and winning. I mean, she absolutely had the right to win. I don't think that anybody should be censored in that way. I mean, when you're pissed off and you're venting, you know, if you're not naming a school, if you're not identifying an individual or an entity or a business or something like that, and I think that yes, to whatever that degree that is, you should be able to vent and have a say, you know, and not have someone attempt to shut you up. So, but guess what? What ends up happening? The thing that the school didn't want was for their name or for her to speak up. Now the school's name is all over the public eye.
Yeah.
And of course, the news got a hold of who the school is, and now they're like really being shamed for attempting to suspend this girl. But anyway, that's off topic.
Yeah.
We've got kind of fucked up things in this world going on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and play some more of this.
They need right at their hands. They got video games. They got PORN. They got OnlyFans. They got thirst traps on Instagram. They don't really have to get any motivation to get anything. And they're going to watch women select the top 10% of men, and they're going to claim, well, we can't get there. Remember what it was like to even get to look at some prawn back in the day?
Some what?
To even get to look at it. Hey.
He called it prawn, but
porn.
Porn.
Okay, so he's just saying it. And so.
Yeah.
In my years, we actually had to go to a store to go get some prawn. We had to go to the little sleazy store, the little sleazy liquor store. We had to go to the video section where they had it all partitioned off. We actually had to embarrass ourselves to look at some prawn.
Right.
We had to go under your daddy's mattress. You had to get the videotape out. It made all kind of noise. You at night. You had to get your videotape, put it in the VCR, hit the rewind button to get to the scene where you needed to get it. It was like, you had to guess. Click, click, click.
Oh my God.
Oh, that ain't it. Click, click, click. That's what we had to do to watch some prawn. These boys go on the phone, click, boom. They don't even click. They just be like, prawn.
Yep.
It is a different
We
world.
had to hide our big old prawn box.
Big old
Somebody
prawn.
coming over. Dang, somebody coming over. You pack up all your prawn. You check the VCR. Take the prawn box over here. Put all your stuff under the mattress. These boys today, Gen Z, right in here. Right here. It's crazy. And that is going to make them less ambitious.
Oh.
These
Okay.
young men are being targeted.
There we go.
So the fight. There's no fight. There's nothing to
There's nothing to hunt and fish.
There's nothing to look forward to. There's no motivation, ambition.
There's nothing to hunt and fish when you have. I don't know. Can I say porn on here? I'm thinking.
You
I
could say
can.
porn. It's fine.
When you have porn so easily accessible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that causes fantasy,
Yeah.
right? Fantasy, and maybe that's also when we were talking about Japanese, their fantasy. What was that term that you used where the anime character could be their
Waifu.
girlfriend? Waifu. So, yeah. Waifu. So, these guys are like, these males are, it's more easily accessible.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying there's anything, I don't have an opinion against it or for it, but it makes sense. Like, if you're not going to do any hunting and fishing in a dating term for a female because you have easy access to porn, well, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And that we have to always, I don't think porn should be banned or anything like that. But it does make sense in why it's it's a barrier for growth, growth in the sense of
Right.
dating.
Yeah, because it just falls in our lap.
Yeah.
You know, it's
You guys don't have to go look. Yeah.
that's kind of enabling us for our sedentary lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know.
You haven't had to earn it.
Yeah.
You haven't had to earn it. Guys always talk about earning it.
Now back in, I sound like a boomer now. Back in my day, you know, was before we had smartphones and stuff like that. So, you know, when I was 18, you know, if I wanted to Playboy or something or Penthouse, you know, I'd have to go to not a liquor store, but we had a I don't know if people remember Hastings. It was like a video rental bookstore.
Oh, we don't have, but just a video rental book place.
Yeah, yeah. So they had like that one shelf, you know,
the adult section.
yeah, that you don't see anybody over at unless you know that one.
And you have to conspicuously, like, did you have to like tuck it in with the other videos and kind of like sneak up to the counter and make sure you're looking around?
Yeah.
No one's looking at you.
Yeah. So basically, back then you had to face like, you know, other people in town.
Scrutiny. Oh, and if you're in a small town, it's even worse.
Yeah, you had to go to check out these things, you know, in a small town. Like, I'm from a small town. You had to go check these things out from somebody that you may know, and then be like, oh, okay. I hope you enjoy your movie tonight. You know.
Oh God, yeah.
So yeah, times are different. You know, we can do this in a shame-free environment, which is good. It's got the pros to it as well, you know. But the cons is that it's kind of leaving a lot left to be desired. Mm-hmm. You know, it's almost like back then we were hyping ourselves up for it because this is all we could get. Mm-hmm. Now we got it all at just a click of a button or a swipe on our phones.
Everything is faster than a microwave. faster than a microwave, and so there's no more hunting and fishing. There's no. That's a lot. Yeah.
I remember, and this is before high speed internet became like really high speed internet. I mean, it was a step above dial up, but I remember like if I wanted to look at a picture online, it would just be loading like bit by bit by bit, and I would just be waiting. It's like it's like
chomping at the bit.
It's like, oh god, is my dad gonna come in?
Hurry up! Hurry up before my parents get here, or somebody walks into the room.
Yeah.
Or my sister knocks on the door.
Right. Yeah. I think times have changed. It's now you can do it from your phone and nobody would even know.
That's true. Yeah, we do have instant access to so much. Then you have, I mean, so many things are sold at like the adult sex shops, you know, and things like that too, for pleasures. All these stories that are called, some of them are called pleasures or something like that. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, I just call them a sex shop.
Okay.
All right.
By older women, I want you guys to open your eyes. These young men are being targeted by older women.
Woo!
The young
Hold
men
up.
think they're winning.
Okay.
Guys, they're...
Okay, let's talk about our relationship for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because I am older than you, of course. And so what is your perspective of how, like, what he's talking about right now in our own relationship, not anybody else's?
I can see it coming from somebody that's desperate to find somebody.
Yeah.
But when we started dating, you were definitely not that kind of woman. You're just like, I just go with the flow, you know. If it, you know, we'll see, we'll cast the dice and see what, you know, see what comes up.
You would you even say I was like even in? Did you feel that I was even interested?
Not initially at first. I really kind of had to, you know, make some initiative, which I was like, this is refreshing.
You had to actually do some hunting and fishing.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, prior to you know, I was living the bachelor lifestyle. You know, I'd go on dates, sure.
Yeah.
But there'd be nothing substantial to it.
You were going on the FB dates.
I mean, it could just be a hookup. It could be a
which I meant
one night stand.
Fuck buddy dates.
Yeah.
Or a one night stand. Oh yeah, one night stand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It could just be a hookup. It could be a very short-lived, you know, dating experience. But you know, the dating pool was very, very sad.
Oh man. So because I'm so much older than you, when I hear that. It's just such a general blanket statement, you know, that I guess you guys call us cougars, or I don't know. I don't know if I would consider myself a cougar, or, you know, I know MILF is that's a different term for a lot of people. It can be complimentary. When I first heard it, I wasn't sure if I should be offended or if I should take that as a compliment, but I guess compliment is the better way to go. And so, but when we first met, yeah, definitely, I think I was like, so bored with just dating.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I wouldn't even really call it dating.
Yeah.
It would just be like a ritual to fuck, basically.
What, the act of getting on an app and communicating with somebody through the app and
basically.
Then getting together?
Yeah, because, I mean, think about some of the conversations that you would come up on that. It's like, hey, how are you doing? How was your day? What do you like to do? You know? Yeah. It's like, it's very, I guess you could say, it's like talking about the weather. You know? It's just, you know,
mundane.
Yeah, it's
boring.
It's small chat. Mm-hmm. It's small talk.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing interesting about. No, when we started dating, you know, or when we went on our first date, you know, met up at the coffee shop and all that. You're like, so I like to do clearings and this and that. And I'm
energetic clearings.
And I'm going through my mind. I'm like, at the time, I'm like, okay, what is she talking? What is this? You know, I have no idea. So, but then Tree got me, and your mannerisms of kind of like, I wouldn't say playing hard to get, but you're not just putting it out there, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely not. I don't play games. Would you? Let me ask you. Did I play games?
No games at all. No
Okay.
games at all.
So I'm not a game player. I just say it as it is. I'm very, very straightforward and direct, and I think that's what most people really appreciate about me. And so, to me, I was just like, I was there we met for coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I personally do not like to meet for drinks unless when I was dating. Unless I was in the I'm only out to fuck guys kind of a place in my dating phase. But a lot of my dating phase, when just initially meet and greet, I did not prefer to have a drink. It was more like, let's meet for coffee. It's a daytime thing. Coffee is going to last for an hour to 2 hours at the most, depending how the chemistry is with the person. And then, like, if it's a day thing and, things are going well, you have the rest of the day to, like, see if that person is around and, extend the date a little bit longer and do something more.
Yeah.
But I always find that the night dates with the drinking, first of all, I don't drink very much. And second of all, it just leads to, like, I think the bedroom. And if you're wanting to lead to the bedroom and have sex, well, fine. That's the kind of date that you're going to have. I think that's just okay to expect that. If nothing comes out of it, expect that too. But yeah, if I'm in a place where I'm like, no, I'm not in the mood to just go and one and done kind of a thing, I really am just kind of going with the flow and seeing if there's friendship out there, if there's a connection. That's where I was with you.
Yeah.
It was just kind of like, I'm not attached to anything. Even I was never really attached to anything from any dating perspective. Never attached to anything. And so I think that kind of really worked out in both of our favor. I wasn't the older woman looking for the younger guy kind of, I think that I get along with younger men because maybe there's a part of me I find, that I think is useful. And the guys that are generally around my age or older, I'm not, there's just not a lot in common. There's not a lot in common. So, but yeah, as far as what he's talking about on this, on this video and this podcast, I don't think that necessarily applies to me. But I do think that it applies to a lot of women.
Yeah.
That start getting desperate.
You're the exception to the rule.
Maybe. Yeah, I think so. All right, let's go ahead and play.
The prey. And the older woman.
What happened? Where did all the men go?
That's you.
She knows she can't win with men her age. So she's got to go back into an unnatural position where the man is the beta and the woman dominates over that man. That is the only man.
I definitely did not think about alpha and betas when I was dating younger men. I just didn't even think about it. I just was thinking about connection. Are we going to have a friendly connection or is it going to be more? I'm just going with the flow. I'm not even thinking about, like, dominating with anyone. I'm just thinking about, like, I feel for the most part I just have a better connection with men that are younger than me.
Okay.
And that's going to select her. And he's going to be happy to do it. This is the generation of men that we're talking to right now. The dynamic is flipping right in front of our eyes, and I want you to look how much has changed in our life over the last 10 years, over the last 5 years, over the last year. You're witnessing less masculinity in men and less incentive to be masculine men And oftentimes it is these men that don't even have icons on their pages that want to come in here and set the tone for the manosphere. And
Right.
it is just absolutely ridiculous. Let me tell you, gentlemen, men who don't show they don't have enough balls to show their face. This is the beta behavior that we're talking about.
Okay, let's
You got
pause
men
that
who
because I
wanna
know you
set-
had something to say about that earlier about you not showing your own face on this.
This is not my show. I'm simply a co-host on, or not co-host, but I'm a guest. I'm a guest on this, right? I like to work behind the scene. That's my deal.
We know that.
If I want to do my own stream and show my face, I'll fucking do it. You know,
Uh-huh.
I show face in other ways, so it doesn't have to be through this stream that I show my face.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do think that there are a lot of males, males that just aren't that comfortable. Not you. We're just talking about comfortability.
Yeah.
That I don't think that they're necessarily betas just because they don't want to be in front of the camera.
Well, I
Whether
think
that's a privacy. I also think that you're a very private person, though, too.
I am, generally speaking. But I think he's just talking about the guy that just came in and just, fired shots at his stream,
Yeah, just comes in and
Yeah.
shoots at the stream and then leaves, and
It's
then
like-
it's like
It's like you're wrong, blah 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 blah. No profile pic, no
right,
subscribers, nothing.
yeah,
So
right, nothing going on at their channel.
yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think that's what he's referring to.
mm-hmm.
So I show my face when I want to. It's my thing. It's like I don't have to fucking show face out of obligation. I show it when I want to.
Okay, good.
The tone and lead, and they can't even show their face. They don't have big channels. They don't even show their face, and they think they can lead. This is the mentality of the young men that are coming up ahead of us. And they talk the most noise in this damn manosphere. It's unbelievable. This is
Why does that
indicative.
seem like that's what we're surrounded by in the area that we live in?
Well, you got a lot of people that they want to be heard but not seen. What does that say?
They want to come by and blow their fart can cars
Yeah.
by our house, and because they know they're going to be gone in the next second down the street.
Yeah, it's like they want to leave a trail of their farts behind them. That's
Make
what
a lot of noise, get a lot of attention.
that's what they want to be known for is whatever noise they leave behind.
Yeah,
It's like so no responsibility with cleaning up,
right.
with owning up to whatever you kind of basically just disrupted or caused chaos
Yeah,
in your path.
yeah. Blow
Yeah.
and go
Yeah,
in a different sense.
yeah. So that's what we're dealing with these days. It's like it's like a hit and run,
Yeah.
It's like hit and run behavior. It's like or drive-bys, like gangs when they do
Yeah.
drive-by shootings.
Drive-by shootings. It's a drive-by.
Instead of getting out of their car and exchanging words, they're gonna just drive by in their car and just shoot them.
Yeah.
It's
These
stupid.
These are drive-by loud noisemakers.
Yeah, we're dealing with pussies here,
Yep. Go ahead.
Of the future of our men. So cowardless and gutless that they don't even show their face and they talk the most trash. It's beyond me
Very true.
how you think that men are going to win in the end.
It's buzzing.
It's beyond me that you think that men are still the predators out here.
Right.
Nope. These are the people you watch and who lead you. All right? Hey, listen, I'm trying to help you guys out as much as possible. Recognize what they used to call it bitch assness. There's a lot of bitch assness going on right here. All right, anyway,
Assness.
appreciate y'all for being here. We're going to get into the super chats.
Bitch assness. There we go. That was the end of that. Wow. Go ahead. I can see you're like listening.
No,
I'm very tempted to listen to Fresh and Fit. That 15 minutes was part of a longer like I think 1 hour discussion.
So was this. This was only 20.
Oh really?
And he does like a 2 or 3 hour
Oh,
stream.
okay.
So.
All right. Yeah. So at some point we'll have to do something like that.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, that's a lot of good points he brought up in that, and it makes sense. I see it.
Mm-hmm.
I see it around.
Yeah, and it's not to be a general blanket statement for every man and woman out there. Obviously, there are a lot of males in their very masculine roles and
Mm-hmm.
females in their very feminine roles too. And I personally think that you know what? I want to actually read something. What the difference between masculine and feminine energy is. And where is my phone? Okay. So, your fave agent sent me his info. Okay. So, because I don't think I need a really good chart because I want to explain what masculine and feminine energy is.
Can I get another one of them French toast?
Ooh, yeah, but I want to get you some swerve.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we made keto almond flour French toast sticks and a heaping mound of bacon for brunch today. 1 or 2?
2.
You want some more bacon?
Nah. I think after this I'll be good.
Whoops.
Save some for Legend if you want some.
Yeah, we'll see if the boys want any. Looks like it's gonna rain. Whoops.
It was raining.
It was?
Yeah, it was thundering too. It's gonna rain more.
Okay.
It's gonna rain more today.
There you go. And we have some pure maple syrup from the state of Vermont.
Hell yeah.
Here, let me just show
Okay.
what that looks like.
Cool. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So I was looking up masculine and feminine energy. Masculine versus feminine energy. Oh, it's not really doing a very good job. I'll have to type it in. Want something? You need something?
Huh?
You need anything to drink?
Yeah, maybe some water.
There's these nice charts here. Well, ice or no ice?
No ice. No ice is fine, thanks.
Great. There you go. Actually, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a little pit stop. back to masculine versus feminine energy. Let's see if there's a good chart here. It's balancing energies to have both. Okay. So all of us have this in us. Okay, we both have masculine and feminine energy, and it doesn't have anything to do with actually the gender, although obviously males will probably have more of the masculine as their dominant, and females will have feminine as their dominant. But we're just discussing how that's changing. So males, for the most part, and it's changing, as we said, males have masculine energy, and this is confidence, craves responsibility, logical. So craves responsibility being the provider. Okay, logical, disciplined, assertive, strong presence, direct and purposeful, seeks appreciation, analytical, competitive, focused. And I will add scientific. Okay, not that women can't be scientific, but I think there's a lot of men that have that masculine. I would just add that to the list. Okay, so that's the masculine energy. Those are the traits of the masculine energy. Feminine energy is intuitive. And not saying that men can't have this too. I'm just saying we all have both. But feminine energy is intuitive, vulnerable, reflective, grounded, creative, supportive, trusting, nurturing, empathetic, body language, patient, and I'm going to add in flow, and that's probably part of intuitiveness. There's an intuitiveness. So all of us have both of these, and balancing them. Things are changing. Things are changing in society right now with the balance around the masculine and feminine energy. Women are really starting to, a lot of women are really starting to go into their masculine energy a majority of the time. And that is where they think being completely independent from men and not accepting help from men, not relying on a man. I think I personally, I will speak for myself, I personally enjoy having had, I still feel like a very independent female. Maybe not financially independent, because McSniper is the primary caregiver and the financial breadwinner in the household and the provider in the household. I am certainly not. So I have definitely learned to enjoy being in the feminine energy and relying on McSniper, having McSniper help me. I really enjoy it. It brings me more peace. And it took me a long time to get to a place to actually realize that. And because McSniper doesn't hound me about finances, oh, when are you going to get a job? You know, when are you going to make some more money? He's accepting of me whether I do or I don't. Now, in my past relationships, I've felt very much like I could not be taken care of in that way. I know that I had my own thoughts and feelings about being a financially responsible partner and contributing to the household. And it did bring me a lot of stress. And I'm not saying this is right for everybody. It took me a long time to get here and really realize this. So I'm at a place in my life where I'm really appreciating and really enjoying the position that I'm in, where I am relying on depending on him. This was not how it started in the beginning of our relationship. I made money. I had money. And as things unfolded in my own personal life and journey in the last 2 years, I had financial downturns that has made me rely and seek help from McSniper, who was happy to do it, thank goodness, and to feel release that my own guilt around contributing financially. Yeah, it was a process, because I've never had anybody love me in a way that he does, that allows me to just go with the flow right now, where there is not money coming in from my side of the relationship. So it's been a process, it's been a journey, and thank goodness I'm in a place where I allow and accept that. I allow and accept the help and relying on him, and thank goodness he's in a position to do it and that he enjoys doing it. It has brought me a lot of peace. This relationship brings me a lot of peace and a lot more happiness than I have in other relationships. And guess what? We are over a decade of age difference. We are over, I am definitely the older woman and he is the younger man, and I wasn't looking necessarily for someone to take care of me, or I wasn't desperate to look for a relationship. I was just looking for, connection.
And neither was I, so
Yeah.
it's kind of funny how we just kind of fit into place.
And I think that's why it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Was because we weren't looking for anything. We weren't attached to anything.
Yeah.
We weren't attached to an outcome. I didn't have a list of, yes, believe it or not, I didn't have a criteria, a list of boom, 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 boom. I want a man that's going to make more money than I do, and that's going to take care of me, and that's got his shit together. He has to have his own house or his own place and his own car and a job and this and that. I mean, yeah, obviously those things are nice to have, but that I don't make lists, so I don't understand them. I don't understand lists, but yeah, I would like to know actually more about like Fresh and Fit, and then the other channel.
Coach Greg Adams.
Yeah, Coach Greg Adams. Is there other stuff that you've listened to on his?
I just started listening to some of his stuff.
On some of his stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to kind of explain to you guys. All of us have the masculine and feminine energy, and I think that these days, boy, goddess feminine energy. Just kind of curious what it's going to say about goddess feminine energy. What is a goddess? And by the way, I don't really like. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of goddess. I'm not a fan of the terms of king and queen. Like, oh, you're my king, or you're my queen. I don't know about you guys.
They're superficial terms.
Yeah.
They don't mean anything. Like, what are you the queen of?
Queen of my house? I just still don't like it. I don't like somebody calling me that. I don't know why. I don't care for the label. I'm sure when there's couples out there that say that to each other, I don't have judgment on it. It just sounds like it's weird to me if somebody calls me that. And then when people call me goddess or something like that, that sounds weird to me too.
Yeah.
What is a goddess? Okay, so this is coming off of something, just an image on Google. It says, what is a goddess? A woman who is in the process of learning to know, accept, and love herself on all levels, mind, body, and spirit. So she's in the process of learning. A woman who, because she focuses on personal growth and self-awareness, experiences a life increasingly filled with peace, love, joy, passion, and fun. A woman that understands that she has unlimited capacity to make her life anything she wants. A woman who is inspired to give to those around her a sense of gratitude and abundance. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. I like that.
Yeah, but I mean,
I still don't like the term
goddess.
I don't think we need a label.
I mean, they keep using the word a woman, so I just think every woman could emphasize or could, have as potential to be doing.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the labels, but I like the description or the 2 paragraphs here that I just read, and so that's really nice. Let's listen to some more. What do we got?
I don't have anything at the moment. I'll have to do some research and find
There's
some
just
good...
interesting titles. I'm just going to go through the titles of some of the things that maybe Fresh and Fit has, and you go through some of the titles that Coach Adams has, and maybe we'll be like, oh, let's listen to that. Okay, so I'll do Fresh and Fit. Hold on. DJ Michi Meech and F&F versus 5 girls. That's a 3-hour.
Oh, God.
Okay, and then there's this one dude who says, listen up, message to the manosphere.
Be wary of
Sweetie?
men that are leading you into marriage.
Ooh, how long is that one?
15 minutes.
Oh, be wary of men that are leading you into marriage. And this is Coach
Greg Adams.
Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams. Okay. All right. Let's listen to that. And while we're listening, I'm gonna have a little bite. I made tons of bacon over here. If you want some.
Oh. I don't have a plate.
Yeah.
All right.
Legal as a sauce. A woman asked me one time if I'm ever getting married. I said no. She said, why? I looked her right in the eye and said, because I have too much money. She looked confused, kind of like a dog when you make a weird sound. Yeah. Hey, you got money, guys like that? Okay. Or you can afford the divorce. in my county, in the county that I live in, where the cheapest, the average cost of real estate is $1.2 million. There's nothing really under $900,000 in my county. I mean, we're talking about a single family residence, not a townhome or any of that. There's really no single family residence under $900,000. I mean, if there is, you're talking about like Santa Ana. You're talking about somewhere in the other side of Tustin. I mean, in my county, there's a lot of money here. You know what the divorce rate in this county is? The divorce rate in our county is 73%.
Damn.
73%. And people are flabbergasted. See, money doesn't protect you from divorce. It actually opens you up to divorce. I'm going to prove it for you right here. Okay? Because people are like, no way. Let me see here. Here we go. Let's see how I can do this. Oh, wait a minute. See how I can do this. I just want to prove it because people don't believe me. I live in a wealthy county. Wealth does not make you immune to divorce. It actually makes you exposed to divorce. Some people are like, no way, look. No way, this guy's making it up. He just bitter at her. Let's see here. I'm going to pull it up for you. Here it is. Screenshot it for... Boom. I'm going to put that right there. Put it there. Look at that. Just for your evidence, I live in a wealthy county. Look at the divorce rate. 72%. So for you guys that say, get your money right, I'm going to be high value, I'm going to get my money, I'm going to be able to control my destiny with women. Here's a who hurt you? After all of this. Who hurt you? Guys, that's the best they can do. That's the best they can come up with. Somebody must have heard 72% divorce rate, and women will overwhelmingly say, hey, you know what? It's because you're hurt. 72% divorce rate. They won't solve the problem for you, gentlemen. This is why I tell you, walk away from them. Do not marry them. They don't want to solve your problems. There's your point right there. Proving the point. I put up a 72% divorce rate statistic with wealthy men in one of the wealthiest zip codes in the nation, and all she can think about is you must be the hurt one. Guys, they are not going to solve the issue anytime soon. So for you guys that have the hope strategy, for you guys that are sitting here going, maybe my girl ain't going to do this to me. It will never happen to me. I'll hold masculine frame. I'll run game on her. There she is. There she is. She's not trying to solve the problem. 80% of women file for divorce. She's not trying to solve the problem, gentlemen.
Wow.
She's trying to just excuse herself from the problem.
Wow.
By putting the problem in my lap. I didn't create this problem. I didn't. I didn't create a 72% divorce rate in a wealthy county. I didn't tell men to get money so they could go to my county and buy property and get divorced. 72% chance.
I got something to.
Yeah.
I had a thing that just came up right now. You know how we were talking about hypergamy?
Yeah, marrying up.
And women are more.
Women marrying up.
Yeah, women marrying up. Men are more susceptible to doing that. And they won't take a guy that makes less than them. Let alone marry a guy that won't take that makes less than them. Why do you think that is? I think there's a lot of women out there that won't marry down because when it comes down to divorce and their mind is already like switched into divorce mode, like on the back burner.
Yeah.
Because it's there. Guys don't think about divorce. We're in it for the long haul, but some of these women, they have it on the back burner.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, oh shoot, if he doesn't make more than me, I won't get anything out of him.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's, I mean, I don't know about you, but that makes a lot of sense to me when I think of it that way. And not all that's not always the case. I understand that. But I can see that being something when some women that want a divorce, right? They want to, they want to make sure they come out ahead of when they come out of it, right?
Yeah.
They can't do that if their partner doesn't make as much as them, if not anything at all.
Wow. These are just not things I think about. I mean, it's such enlightening topics, these things that we're talking about, even as experienced as I am. And I've been married twice, so, and then lots and lots of relationships. So I have a lot of just experience in life around relationship, but still there's just so much to learn. I'm just constantly floored on how much there is to learn on these topics. I have a little French toast stick here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, go ahead, let's.
Okay.
And you bring it up and they go, you know what, it must be something wrong with you. If this isn't proof that they're not trying to help you and they don't care about you, I don't know what is. This is not alarming to them. You know why? Because they win. These statistics are not alarming to them because they come out on the better end. Speaking of, I'm going to come back to the super chats, I promise. Speaking of, let's talk about that.
Let's pause this for a second because, again, I am not for or against what he is saying because I haven't heard his complete full perspective. So I want to make that disclaimer right here on the channel. What we're playing right now is not something that I haven't even heard of. So McSniper's listening to someone named Coach Greg Adams, and we haven't heard any of this particular video that's being played right now. So I'm not here to offend anyone, and I just want to make sure not offending men or women. We're just listening and then discussing some of our own viewpoints on some of this.
Be wary of men trying to lead you back to the plantation. Be wary of men trying to lead you back to the plantation. Any man that says marriage is still a good option for you, it's safe.
It's
They're
what?
not looking out for you. They're looking
Marriage that anyone that's telling you that marriage is a good option for you, then it's safe.
Oh, okay.
Either for themselves or for women. Let's keep the statistic up so you guys can see. They're either looking out for themselves or for women. It ain't for men. Anyone that says they have game, they have a skill set that they want to sell you to teach you how to be successful in an industry that has a 72% divorce rate in rich counties. Anybody that says they can make you avoid the divorce grinder by telling you to run this application on her and keep her in check, they're either delusional or they're good used car salesmen.
Ooh.
They're probably bad at both. Okay? There's no way that these things work when this is the situation. This is the result. Now, here's what you have to know, gentlemen. The divorce is planned before the wedding.
Oh, what you just
Who hurt
said.
you? The divorce.
Oh, dang.
It's like I said. I think a lot of women have it on. It's not like they're. It's not like it's something that they're, like, boom, I'm gonna divorce him as soon as I marry him. No. This is kind of like it's put on the back burner. It's like she's letting it warm up, letting it cook before it's ready to come home to roost.
It's going into a relationship with fear. What we talked about.
That too.
She's got fears, and it's in the back of her mind.
Mm-hmm. Planning the divorce before planning the wedding.
Although I'm not going to say it's just with women. There are men, we know, right? Maybe it is more so with women, men. I don't know. I don't know the statistics on that. I have no idea. But I think so for some men that could be possible as well.
It's a possibility.
But maybe more with women. I don't know.
It's a possibility, but let me tell you this. When I went into my marriage, I wasn't thinking about divorce.
Right. You were thinking of a partner for the rest of your life.
I was.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's only when my ex-wife was like, I want out.
Mm-hmm.
When I was like, all right, fine.
You guys were still like, if I can discuss this, go ahead. I'm gonna say something.
No, that's it. I mean, we're just like, it's like, oh, you want a divorce? Okay, fine. But there's no turning back from this.
Mm-hmm. Did you still kind of fight for the marriage when she said that, let's get a divorce?
No, we've already gone through our rocky road type of situation of things that have come up that we've kind of had to bounce back from. Mm. And when it's gotten to the point where she says she wants a divorce, I mean, and we've exhausted all resources of trying to repair whatever was going on in our relationship, it's just time to let it go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't like it was suddenly an overnight, I want a divorce, right?
Yeah, no,
it had been going on for years.
No. I mean, she discussed some things that troubled her in our marriage, and I've discussed mine, and
right.
We both tried working on them. Weren't quite successful, didn't get the results we wanted, so of course for me, maybe I had a different viewpoint. Maybe I thought, okay, well, the marriage seems to be going well now. Mm-hmm. I don't see anything wrong going on, but eventually, after I moved away, due to my career, and she was still finishing up school, the distance definitely chipped a nail at it. Mm-hmm. And then she was basically like, I want a divorce. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Divorces usually happen. They're not like all of us. Of course they can happen. Like all of a sudden you wake up and you're blindsided and, the other person wants a divorce. But I think for the most part, after being through my own 2 divorces, you being through a divorce and observing many divorces, the couple has usually been unhappy for quite a bit of time before the actual words, I want a divorce, or let's get a divorce, actually comes out of someone's mouth. Ooh! So, that was quite a hiccup. These are excellent, by the way. I'm very proud that they came out very well. Just Side note: these are keto almond flour French toast sticks that I made for the first time, and they worked out really, really well. And I need to. We need to. I didn't tell him that I made them. I just gave him the bacon. I'm sure he would probably like some.
He might, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, divorce is like going on way. I mean, the thought of divorce, there's emotional separation, and probably physical separation at some point, way before the actual divorce is happening. So,
Right.
let me actually text my son and see if he wants some French toast sticks. They're not that keto friendly after we add on the maple syrup, are they?
I was being mindful about how much I put on
Hey, gotta pick your poison. How much of it?
there. Yeah.
Toast.
I can afford to have just a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But you can even do it without the syrup with the swerve.
You think just by itself?
With the swerve,
Ah.
you sure could.
Yeah. I mean, it's good, but it is really good. I mean, it's like really French toast with the maple.
You gotta have the maple
Maple syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Gotta have
that's
that.
some good stuff there. Yeah. Okay, so go ahead. Let's play some more of this video.
Is planned before the wedding.
Oh, the
Who
divorce
hurt
is
you?
planned for the
The
wedding.
divorce is planned before the wedding. I've made video after video after video about this. Now, you might be thinking, she's like going, I'm going to divorce him on this date. Nope, that's not what she's doing. She's looking at what you're doing, the significant
She needs
investment
a
that
reason.
you're making. She's looking at what she's going to earn.
Mm-hmm.
She already knows what's at stake before you even walked her down the aisle.
Damn. Oh, there's a good
Why did it
prenup.
freeze up?
Right.
There it is. We'll just keep it on her looking like that. Before you even walked her down the aisle, look at that look right there. I'm glad they froze it right there. While you're signing your life away, she's looking like this at her family. Well, who hurt you? 72% divorce rate. 80% of women filing for divorces. 90% of college-educated women filing for divorces. Or 90% of the divorces are filed by college-educated women.
Throw that part up. Throw that part
And
up.
their only answer is not, we need to fix this.
You want another plate?
Maybe there is something wrong. Nope, who hurt you? You're bitter. I mean, literally.
Couple or
They
three.
proved my point. Please, I want these ladies to keep sending that question to me. Send me all of the bitter and hurt that you want. That is the best you got. The reality is, you prove my point when you say things like that. You prove my point that it's about you, it's not about men. Her monster-in-law knows that she benefits from
Did
your
you say your
ignorance.
monster-in-law?
Yep.
You want some maple syrup?
That's the good stuff too.
Yeah, so you don't need
The
very much.
family
'cause
know.
it's very, very strong.
Her sisters know. Her friends know. That's why she's looking like that. That's why she's looking the way she's looking right there as that man signing his life away. Now, you didn't see it coming. You married a single mother and adopted the kid. You thought she wasn't like that. Well, all women are like that,
I
coach.
was up till sunrise.
Now you found out the hard way. That it didn't matter if she was like that or not. She could be like that is what mattered.
Jeez, he's really slamming women.
She could be like that. And she did. And now what? What did it cost you to find out if she was like that or not? What did it cost you? Your pension, your property, your time with your kids? Guys, there are men out here that don't even see their kids. And the best women can say is, who hurt you? Think about the selfishness and the imbalance in the relationship dynamics that the best they can say to you when you've been homeless, hungry, lost your kids. I paid $60,000 in my divorce that I didn't have. Lost time, lost
shit.
business. My business was affected. The best they can say was, get over it. What the hell? Pick better. Who hurt you? They don't care about you. Men don't care about you. Men are telling you now to walk that aisle. They're telling you to get married. They're promoting it. In a time where it's probably the most dangerous time for kids, for people to get married, period. Now, every time this woman right there, the way she's looking, every time she encouraged you to buy a house, she was putting that house in her exit strategy.
Jesus.
Every time she says, oh, we need to buy a house, we need to buy a bigger house, that was part of the divorce plan.
Do you need more water?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So, what he just said, the woman said, you need to buy a house. You need to buy a bigger house. Have you once said that to me? You have.
I've never said that to you,
have
and as a matter of
never
fact, I
said
kind
that.
of was like, can we just wait and see, because I'm not really quite sure yet.
Right.
I have had more doubts in my mind than you have, and not that I doubted anything. It's just more because I'm an intuitive person, and I wait for timing on things, and I wait for messages. I know, because I am a medium. And I have psychic intuitive energy, so I wait for timing on whether something. I don't push things.
Yeah.
And I was very, very scared about just the thought of like purchasing a home with you, because I already had gone through a lot of, already had a lot of material stuff in my prior marriages.
Right.
So for me, it was like I was probably more of the person that had the commitment phobia than you did. Right?
Yeah, definitely. But I also really wasn't like pushing for anything either, because I like how we kind of have a give and take, both of us, in different ways. We both have a way of just letting the pieces fall into place. We don't force anything.
And then when the timing was right, I always figure when the timing is right, for me personally, is when I'm getting the intuitive messages. Things kind of pop up as signs, visual signs. I meet certain people. There'll be something that brings me across when it's the right timing. And then when the process is going through very easily and very smoothly and harmoniously, and there's not any resistance, like there's no fighting and striving to get it, but it just all comes together very easily, then it's like, oh yeah, this is right. This is the right timing. This is happening because it's the right timing. So for me, it's all about flow.
I see that.
Even though the vision is in sight, the action itself, and moving forward with it, I have to look for the signs in order for that to happen. And that's how we came, obviously, across you buying this house.
Yep.
But yeah, I was very woo.
Right place, right time. Yeah.
Yep, and it came through the way it was supposed to.
Definitely.
Yeah. Go ahead.
She gets the nest, and now that nest will be part of the contested divorce. She knows this. Her monster-in-law knows this. Her monster-in-law is encouraging
Let's
her
pause that
to
for a
get
second.
you to buy a bigger.
And this isn't about, let's make LazyASSian look like the good person. This is way before talking about this with you guys openly. We have discussed marriage. What is my perspective on marriage?
If you can help it, if we can help it, we choose not to.
Yeah. If there is no other reason than a legal purpose, basically a business transaction, we are not going to get married, because we do not need a piece of paper to represent what our love for each other and our relationship is all about.
Yeah, and that's what marriage comes down to at the end of the day. It's a business transaction.
It is.
Did you want the lunch?
Sure. Okay. Well, one of us will eat it. Did you like them? Or was it just okay?
I don't really like French toast too much.
Okay. That's fine. Acceptable. Yeah, it is. I've learned this. 2 marriages, they are business transactions. They are not representative of oh, I love this person. You don't need a piece of paper that says that you love someone. Love is coming from a feeling. It's an emotion. It has nothing to do with anything that's really tangible and physical. It may produce some byproducts of taking care of someone financially and providing some material things for them. But love in itself is an emotion that is invisible. It's an energy.
Just because you get married doesn't mean you're going to be happier. It doesn't mean you're going to be more in love with that person. It's just, you don't, it's just such a dangerous time and age to get married these days. And, basically what he's saying in this video, it kind of nails down the point really, really well that, some people have a lot of people have ulterior motives even before things have been made official between the two.
Yeah, there's already a plan.
Mm-hmm.
There's already a plan. And do you fit into that plan? Do you...
Well,
how does that plan work out for you if things don't work out?
Well, it sounds like the guy's fitting out of it. So,
yeah.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, using him as a stepping stone.
Yeah. For me, women look at marriage and the wedding and all that. We really are taught to romanticize it in this culture and society. We're raised on Disney movies, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, that our Prince Charming is going to come and rescue us and take care of us. And many of us have a very rude awakening that it isn't this romantic story. Marriage is very much, to me, I'll put my opinion out there. It's my opinion because I've done it twice, been divorced twice. It's a business transaction. And at the end of the day, where do you end up when you want to get a divorce? You end up going through the courts. And there's a judge that's involved that, decides, maybe whatever your fate is if the two of you don't agree on something. So it is very much a business transaction. And that's why I don't romanticize what marriage is because I've already experienced it twice and learned really, really hard lessons on that. So for me, the desire to get married is not there, period. Like I said, I would only do it for a legal purpose. McSniper is in the military, and so the possibility of him having to move around, if I was to go with him, especially if it was international and something like that, it would require for me to for us to be married, and that would be the only reason why we would get married. But neither one of us have the desire to have a piece of paper to determine, to say, oh, these two love each other. That piece of paper doesn't even say that. People get married for all kind of other fraudulent reasons as well. So
yeah,
but
yeah, and say we do decide like, hey, maybe we should probably get married. It is not. It is within. I think personally, it is within the best interest of both parties that a prenup is set in place.
And we have agreed that I'm actually the one that brought it to you.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if we ever got married, for legal purposes, I am completely fine signing a prenuptial agreement where you keep your house. It's your house. You're on the title. I don't want to be on the title. Okay. There's financial situations right now where it would be, I'm not asking to be on the title anyway, even if I didn't have these financial situations. I've come out of marriages where there's just a lot of destruction, and I would prefer to keep as many things that he owns separate. Your car, your house, your bank account, your finances. And I was the one that suggested you having the prenuptial agreement and I know that I don't have anything right now to bring to the table as far as financially or materialistically, and I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that. I have gone through a lot around that sector, and it's not that I don't need it, but I'm not looking for that from a partner as far as the end result if we were to get married and then if, God forbid, something happened and there was a divorce. I don't want all of that. I don't want that mess.
I think both of us can agree that we want less drama in our life.
Yeah, we want less drama. We've been through some very challenging experiences, and at the end of the day, marriage is a business transaction, and the cleaner you can keep your business transaction, and if both people have integrity and trust, then hopefully at the end of the day, you're not going to deal with what Coach Greg Adams is talking about in this mess. And he obviously went through a mess that it sounds like he's, got some things to say around his own experience that has him, I don't know if jaded is the word, but he's not favorable about it.
Right.
So let's listen.
House. They know that. You should know that as a man, but you don't. You accept that, I just want to give her a bigger house. She just wants this. She just wants that. I'm going to give it to her, my queen.
Ooh. Again, the queen.
60% or better if you find out when you got to move into a studio apartment or a 2-bedroom apartment and you lose your house and she moves her boyfriend in there and she's succeeding him and smuggling his salami in your marital bed, you find out the hard way.
Damn.
You find out the hard way. Hey, all this stuff that I'm talking to you about.
In my case, it was reverse. We had, in my previous marriage, we had 2 homes right next to each other, and he was snuggling with somebody right next door, so that was really hard for me. I was not snuggling with another salami.
Right.
To do with what happened to me is what's happening to men. And if you just joined the show, I'm telling you, women don't care. They prove it every time. Oh, who hurt you? Get over it. They prove it every time. And that is, I'm glad they ask it. I'm glad they're so open with sharing this because they prove my point.
I don't agree.
The divorce is planned before the
He makes
wedding.
it a very blanket statement. Like, I understand some of the things that he's saying, but it's so, like, generalized. Like, women don't care. He obviously was burned by somebody pretty badly. So,
Yeah, if he said a lot of women don't care, then
yeah.
I understand that. Of course, there's always, in my opinion,
Exceptions to the rule.
Exceptions to the rule. So there's, I think choice of words weren't too great there, but I know where he's coming from, though. I know where he's coming
But I
from.
want to clarify on this channel, again, so you're not necessarily viewpoints that we agree or disagree on, and I don't want to make it like these are the blanket statements, because I don't agree that when he says women don't care, that communication needs to be cleaned up a little bit in my perspective, which means be more specific. Maybe he means some women don't care, most women don't care. I wouldn't say women don't care as if all women don't care.
Yeah.
They don't want you to know. Every time she asks you about your 401k, and every time she gets you extra life insurance, our life insurance only is $250,000. Why don't we bump that up to $500,000? That's her planning the divorce. That's her planning her exit strategy. What's going to happen when you're no longer here? And how can I financially benefit? What about your investments? Why don't you look at this rental property? She's putting that in her notes. The divorce is planned before the wedding.
Another thing that I want to say around that, he's talking about, yes, probably some women would do that, but women are also planners. We are more complex, right? We plan for catastrophic situations. So do men, okay? But I think that, if you have, especially if there are children involved, if you have a family, you need to think about some things on life insurance is not something that's a bad thing to think about. I don't think, unless you have a whole life insurance policy, but if he's just talking about term life insurance policy, she ain't getting nothing unless the guy dies. Right? So that's
Right.
not really an exit strategy in a divorce.
I think he's just using it as like an exaggerated point. You know,
Yeah.
like that's kind of like an extreme point that some women will take to, you know,
Sure.
make sure that they're coming out ahead on this.
Right. And yeah. I think it just needs to be clarified again. That's
Yeah.
me being very, very specific in communication.
And, you know, I'm sure he's discovered these topics and like these little topics of discussion in previous streams, like in more thorough detail. But I think this is kind of like going over multiple ones in this video.
Okay. But yeah, I definitely sense he's got like some somebody, or he feels burned. Whether they burned him or not, he feels very burned and upset about it. But
Is that the same as who hurt you?
who hurt you, buddy? Who hurt you? Your ex-wife. It cost you $60,000 for that divorce.
Oh.
Man. Okay.
She's going to make sure she gets out of this exit strategy financially stable. She's going to get what she's entitled to. You're so dumb, you don't even know what she's doing. This is about love. This is a business arrangement. Every time she asks you to ask your boss for a promotion and extra money, she puts that in her notes. He got the promotion. That means his net worth is X, Y, and Z. His income is this. The divorce is planned before the wedding. Because let me tell you something. When she goes into court and there's a alimony in the line and child support on the line, she knows your income. He makes X amount of dollars. And you're like, how does she know? She been tracking it the whole time. She been putting it in her little notes. Exit strategy. He makes $175.
If you're married to someone, I think it's reasonable to know what they make for annual income. I don't think, that means that's an exit strategy.
Not necessarily. I mean, again, I think he's using like extreme, points here,
Yeah.
or just very exaggerated points to show what could happen, what can happen.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was with my ex-wife, I knew how much she made when she worked a part-time job.
Yeah.
I mean,
And she knew what you made, so.
Yeah. I mean, I knew what she made because whatever she made went into our joint account.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay, so she made this much for these 2 weeks. Okay,
Right.
got it.
It's part of financial responsibility and budgeting. So you need to know how much you can make. You need to know what kind of rent, how much your rent is and how much is going to be paid for utilities and food, and it's just part of budgeting.
Yeah.
So, okay.
$1,000 a year now. Everything she said, every time she said to keep your job when you wanted to quit your job and start your own business and follow your dreams, your passion, she says, no, don't do that. Why? That's messing with her bag. Because she knows if you start a business,
shoot. Okay, we had this discussion the other day, so let's talk about it.
Okay.
Well, I'm not even gonna set the. You know what I'm talking about. What's been our discussion as far as like your dreams and goals and ambitions and what you want out of, out of your life?
Where to begin, like, what's a good starting point?
Our discussion of, do you feel you're supported in this relationship?
Absolutely.
Do you, and because I don't want to set it up because I don't want people to think that you're under the gun and on camera and you're saying things that I'm forcing you to say because it'll make me look good on camera.
There's no gotcha questions here.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
No, I feel supported.
Okay. So, what do you think I would want for you out of life?
Peace of mind. You know, it doesn't have to be wealth. You know, because surely with whatever passion that you have, you know, money is to follow.
Yeah. If you wanted to stay in the military or not stay in the military, what's my opinion?
Do what you think is best for you. And I agree. Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
And regarding money around staying in the military, what is my thought on that? Like,
you're indifferent about it. You don't really care one way or the other. You're like, as long as you're happy doing with what you're doing. Which to me, you know, that lets me know, like, okay. So she's like, oh, don't worry about whatever job you have. You got to pay the fucking bills. No, that's not what you were saying. What you were saying is like, you know, if this makes you happy, keep doing it. If not, you know, find something else that does. So
there's I couldn't have done that many years ago. I don't know, but I was in a business partnership, and so I've never had anybody that I've completely relied on and that helped with the financial situation. I was always a financial contributor, and in this part of my life at the moment, and has been for the last several months, maybe year, I have not been as much of a financial contributor, and right now, not at all. So for me, it comes down to trust. And that trust only came from experience. That trust only came from having a lot of money and being very financially well off, and being one of the people that assisted in the business that put me and my ex-husband at a place. And I don't know if we didn't achieve that kind of financial success if me letting go of it, if I could be in a place of trust. I don't know. Maybe not. But I know that things have still worked out in my life for some miraculous reason. Even in my financial destitute place, it has just worked out for some miraculous reason. So it helps me and assists me in trusting more and more and more. And yes, the universe, the God, not religious God I'm talking about, just a higher source. And that's what I mean by God, that co-creates with us. And so I don't know if I could have had this, but I do now. And so it's easier for me to be able to say, I want you to do what makes you happy. You allow me to do what makes me happy. I've raised the boys to say, please do not ever chase money. Always be doing what you love, are passionate about, and interested in. And if the money is supposed to show up, it will show up. But in your life, if you're doing something, whether you're making money or not making money, you'll continue to do it. But if you're doing it only for the money, at some point you are going to fucking hate your life. It's gonna happen. You're gonna fucking hate your life if you're doing things just for money, or you're doing it for someone else.
Right.
So, whatever amount of time it takes, don't get yourself into a financial bind where you are now committed to a mortgage, car payments, insurance, just all of these things that just tie you up so that you're constantly chasing money and you're a miserable fuck. Don't do that to yourself is what I'm saying.
All right.
If you have the opportunity to find something that you love, you're passionate about, or interested in, maybe you don't even find it. Maybe you're just going through life and there is no direction whatsoever. Maybe there's not even any ambition, but you're just enjoying life. If you can keep your bills and if you can keep those bills to a minimum and don't go crazy on your spending, so that you're not obligated to having to go out there and stress yourself out to make money to pay a bill. If you can do that for a very long time, for as long as you can. And you're not going to hear this from a lot of women. I'm going to tell you that. You're not going to hear this from a lot of men either. I am telling you, do yourself a favor, keep your bills to a minimum, and do what you love, or just go with the flow of life. Maybe it's not even something you love, but maybe you just don't have any direction, and that's okay too. Maybe all your plan is like, yeah, you just want to sit around and play video games, or maybe you want to travel, or whatever it is. Maybe you just don't know yet. But I guarantee you, if there is something more for you, it's going to come for you. It's going to come looking for you. It is. And just make sure that when it comes for you, I hope you're in a peaceful place where you're enjoying life and keeping your finances and your bills to a minimum, and stay in that place. Do the opposite of what everybody else is going to tell you. And if the money is supposed to come, trust me, it will chase your ass down. It will chase your ass down. You can look at the results of many billionaires in this world that never finished school, didn't hold down a job, and they just ultimately stay very, very focused on what they were passionate about. Some of them didn't even have a passion. Some of them were miserable and depressed. And I will tell you one of them. If you ever read, if you guys are familiar with Eckhart Tolle, he's an English author on the pretty much flow and the universe and all that. He was severely depressed in college, and British, and so he was in the UK, and something just told him, severely depressed, suicidal. He got a very strong intuition to move to like California and San Francisco, and he didn't know why. He didn't even have any money. He was severely depressed, but he made, miraculously, of course, he made it there, because that was part of the plan, part of his destiny. And when he got there, things started unfolding for him. He started writing. There was all kinds of things that happened, and he's a number one selling author. You guys can look at J.K. Rowling,
Mm-hmm.
right? Homeless mom, had a kid, was channeling this book. Just hadn't, she didn't have anything going for her, and so and now what? Billionaire, author, movies, books, the whole merch line of Harry Potter. But it goes on and on and on. There was no direction. And what I'm saying is that if you just stay in a place of at least some kind of peace, hopefully you can find peace so that you can get aligned with the universal harmony, and just allow that flow to come in. You don't have to fight and resist. And when you're supposed to fight and resist, the universe will show you that too. But if you can stay in a place of allowing guidance outside of yourself, sometimes you're questioning why should I do this? And just trust that it's bringing you somewhere. You might be surprised in what you find. But if you're just chasing money, yeah, you could get money, of course. But you're building your own prison at the same time. You're building a prison where now you are committed to making sure that your bills and finances are paid. Your finances are paying for your bills every single month, and you're going to do things that you would never think, that are unheard of, to make sure those bills are taken care of. And it sucks, because if you hate your life and you got bills, it's a terrible place to be. Don't do that to yourself. I've done it.
I was there too.
I've done it. So yeah. I'm wanting to help you guys succeed, and not necessarily does it have to be financially, but you having the mindsets in that way, and having the emotions to support that mindset is really important, because like I said, no one out there is ever going to tell you to do this. Maybe, gosh, what's his face? Can't even remember his name. He's really, really popular on social media. But anyway, there's only a few people out there that will tell you, but don't chase the dollar. Don't chase the money. Sorry, run last.
To that 401k, you're going to dip into your investment, she going to lose. She's like, nah. Don't start your own business. Just keep plugging away at that job. It'll all work out. Why? The divorce is planned before the wedding. And all through the divorce, she's setting you up for that exit strategy. But I'm just hurt. I'm just bitter. This is happening daily, weekly, monthly. And they want me to be quiet about it. I'm a threat to the system by talking about this. I'm a threat to them. It only happened to me. There's the number on the screen right there in the county that I live in. But it only happens to me. This is how they shame you into silence. Attempt to. Well, you shouldn't talk about this because you're just hurt. You're just bitter. Yeah, you shouldn't talk about it. Guys, they don't want you to talk about it. It's because they're finessing you. They're going to win in the end. The back end of the deal is so heavily advantageous to them. They don't want other men knowing about it. They don't want me telling you to go get a free book where I laid out game of what's going to happen to you. I wrote this book, Free Agent Lifestyle, on Audible for you non-readers out there. I wrote it. I'm like, look, this is what's going to happen to y'all. Just live your own damn life on your own damn purpose. Don't do it.
If there's anything I take from this, which I agree with him, if you can stay away from marriage, stay away from it. He's got some strong points from his own personal experiences. At the end of the day, he and I will agree on one thing. If you can avoid marriage, because I believe it is an old, very old, traditional, old school way of being. And there is, unless you're planning on just looking at it as a business transaction and the person that you want to marry, or she can look at it as a business transaction, don't do it out of, because it adds to your love story. And that's the next natural step to take in a relationship is marriage.
Don't even get me started on like alone on the cost of like weddings and stuff.
Oh, go ahead.
No. That's a whole different can of worms. That's just biggest waste of money I've ever seen.
Yeah. There's actually a show out there. It's like, what is it? Marriage or Mortgage or something. Remember I was...
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah, like, I'm like, really? Like, if you're going to choose between having a wedding and how much the cost is for a wedding versus buying a home and having money for, like, your down payment on your home or whatever, please. Like, again, if the woman is going after the wedding, that is just a fairy tale again. Like I said, that Disney and Hallmark has advertised this to us really well, to our mothers and our grandmothers, and et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. Because I can guarantee you, pretty much most of the men out there don't give a fuck about a wedding.
We don't give a fuck about Valentine's Day. We don't give a fuck about our honeymoon. Well, maybe
the honeymoon for the trip.
Well, okay, I could look at it as a way of vacation, but
vacation. It's a vacation.
Yeah, but yeah, we don't care about that stuff. It's all materialistic bullshit, and you know, us guys, we're just like, whatever, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and make sure you have a prenup if there's something there that you want to protect. You know, it doesn't have to be anything. Maybe it's just grandma's diamond ring. And if you two get divorced, it's like, I want the grandma's diamond ring back, you know. I don't know. maybe you don't have anything and it's just important to you, you know. So
Right.
but a prenup also, let me just say this: if you do want to take care of a person, whether this is male or female, then prenups can do that. Prenups can say something like, if for some reason we get divorced, then I am going to make sure that you receive this or that, or you receive some financial means to take care of yourself for the next whatever amount of time. So that, you know, if you care about the person, maybe that's something else. It doesn't have to screw over the other person. It is just a financial agreement that hopefully both parties agree on how it looks if you depart ways. So, okay, how much is left on that?
Like a minute.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, hold on.
Also wrote the de-evolution book of what's happening in this dynamics here in this so-called, let me take these down, okay, in the so-called sexual liberated society, where your neighbors, where your wife goes to your neighbor and gets pregnant, nobody blames her. Nobody blames her. They just want to blame the men for talking about it. This is where we live, guys. Now, every time they come in here and try to troll, they prove my point. And I want to thank everybody that has come in here and not said, you know what, we need to fix it. I want to thank each and every one of you that came in here and said, you know, this guy's just bitter. He just didn't work out for him. He just can't get no women. I'm going to just give you a round of applause. Thank you. You've proved my point. You've helped the men in here point the men in the right direction of truth.
All right. That was interesting. He's got hardcore stuff going on, man.
He's got some pretty he's got some pretty deep opinions.
Yeah.
And what can also be facts.
Yeah. I respect those. I just personally I'm also the kind of person that doesn't want to make it a blanket statement about just one gender, you know, about anyone. So anyway, well, guys, thanks for being here. This wraps up. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
No. It was a good stream.
Yeah. Thanks for being here on the stream today, and thanks for joining us for brunch. We're looking forward to seeing you hopefully sometime this week when I've got some more foods I need to cook up. So everybody have a great rest of your Sunday. We'll see you sometime this week. Bye for now.